Mencius. Mencius, a philosopher from ancient China, expanded on Confucianism, emphasizing innate human goodness and the importance of education and self-cultivation for moral development. He advocated for benevolent governance and the rights of the people, influencing Eastern thought and political philosophy deeply. 1. The disease of men is that they neglect their own fields and go to weed the fields of others. In the profound insights of Mencius, this statement illuminates the human tendency to focus outwardly, neglecting inner cultivation. Mencius, a staunch advocate for the inherent goodness and potential within every individual, would interpret this as a metaphor for the failure to nurture one's own virtues and wisdom. To him, the fields symbolize the heart and mind, the core of personal development and moral integrity. The disease is the distraction of external pursuits and the criticism of others, which leads one away from self-improvement and introspection. Mencius teaches that true fulfillment and societal harmony are achieved not by imposing one's will on others but by cultivating one's own moral character, thereby inspiring change through personal example. This wisdom underscores the importance of self-reflection and the nurturing of one's virtues as the foundation for a righteous life and a harmonious society. 2. Great is the man who has not lost his childlike heart. In the profound teachings of Mencius, the essence of maintaining one's childlike heart is celebrated as the pinnacle of human virtue. Mencius believed in the inherent goodness of human nature and argued that preserving the purity and innocence of childhood within one's heart, even into adulthood, is a manifestation of true greatness. This childlike heart symbolizes a reservoir of compassion, empathy, and an unyielding sense of justice, untainted by the cynicism and corruption often encountered in adult life. To Mencius, such an individual who clings to the benevolent qualities innate to humanity possesses the capacity to influence and uplift society, embodying the ideal moral leader. This philosophy underscores the importance of nurturing one's intrinsic virtues, advocating for a life led by ethical principles and a heart that remains open, curious, and kind, regardless of age. 3. The skillful artist will not alter his measures for the sake of a stupid workman. In Mencius's philosophy, this statement underscores the importance of integrity and adherence to one's principles, regardless of external pressures or the influence of lesser-skilled individuals. Mencius, who championed the inherent goodness and potential for development within every person, would interpret this as a metaphor for moral and ethical steadfastness. The skillful artist symbolizes individuals who possess not only talent, but also a deep understanding of their craft's ethical and moral dimensions. These individuals, according to Mencius, should not compromise their standards or values, even when confronted with mediocrity or the ignorance represented by the stupid workman. This assertion highlights the value of maintaining one's course and the pursuit of excellence and righteousness, regardless of the surrounding circumstances, reflecting Mencius's belief in the cultivation of virtuous qualities and the impact of such cultivation on society at large. 4. Friends are the siblings God never gave us. In the philosophical framework of Mencius, this aphorism underscores the significance of human relationships and the innate goodness within us. Mencius, a proponent of the inherent virtuous nature of humans, would interpret this saying as an illustration of how friendships fulfill our natural propensity for compassion, benevolence, and social connection. He believed that just as siblings share a bond of blood, friends share a bond of spirit and virtue, nurtured through mutual respect, empathy, and moral support. This bond, divinely inspired yet humanly formed, compensates for the familial connections one might lack, showcasing the power of human relations to transcend biological ties. Thus, friendships in Mencian thought are essential to our moral cultivation and the realization of our most virtuous selves, embodying the idea that through these chosen bonds, we fulfill a higher moral kinship. 5. Getting something done is like digging a well. You can dig a well 70 feet deep, but if you don't hit water, it's just an abandoned well. Through Mencius's perspective, this metaphor underscores the essence of perseverance and purpose in human endeavors. Like the laborious task of digging a well, Mencius would argue that true effort lies not in the depth of the digging, but in achieving the ultimate goal, to find water. This reflects his belief in the potential within every human being to achieve goodness and success, akin to reaching water in a well. However, mere effort without direction or understanding of one's innate virtues is futile. Thus, in Mencius's profound wisdom, this analogy serves to remind us that our endeavors must be guided by righteous intentions and a deep understanding of our inherent potential. Only then can our efforts, like the well, yield the nourishing waters of achievement and moral fulfillment. 6. The feeling of right or wrong is the beginning of wisdom. In the profound insights of Mencius, this declaration emphasizes the intrinsic nature of human beings to discern morality, serving as the foundation for wisdom. Mencius believed in the innate goodness of humanity and posited that this moral compass is the seed from which wisdom flourishes. To him, the awareness of right and wrong is not merely an intellectual exercise but a reflection of one's heart and inherent virtues. This recognition prompts a journey towards self-improvement and the cultivation of moral integrity. Wisdom, therefore, is not an accumulation of knowledge but the application of ethical discernment in daily life. It begins with the smallest inklings of our moral sense, urging us towards greater understanding and empathy, thereby aligning with Mencius's view that the heart's purity and a commitment to righteousness guide one's path to true wisdom. 7. People are distressed by their inability to do it. The problem, however, is simply that they don't do it. Mencius, with his deep conviction in the inherent goodness and potential of human beings, would interpret this saying as a reflection on the disparity between innate capability and actual action. He posited that individuals are endowed with virtuous inclinations, but their distress arises from the chasm between potentiality and reality. The crux, according to Mencius, lies not in the inability to perform virtuous acts, but in the failure to act upon one's moral instincts. He would argue that this discord stems from neglecting the cultivation of one's heart-mind, agjin, which is essential for moral development. Thus, the resolution to this dilemma is self-cultivation, nurturing the seeds of virtue within oneself and actualizing them through deliberate actions. In essence, Mencius teaches that to bridge the gap between can and do, one must engage in a continuous process of moral self-improvement and actualize their inherent goodness in the world. 8. What is evil to one at one time becomes good at another time to somebody else. Mencius, with his profound insight into human nature and ethics, would interpret this statement as a reflection on the relativity and contextuality of moral judgments. He posited that human nature is inherently good, but it is the circumstances and choices that lead individuals down different moral paths. From Mencius's perspective, what is deemed evil in one context may be considered good in another, underscoring the significance of understanding and empathy in moral evaluations. This notion aligns with his belief in the potential for moral cultivation and transformation, advocating for a compassionate approach to judging others' actions. Mencius would argue that moral judgments must consider the complexity of human situations and the capacity for change, highlighting the fluidity of what constitutes good and evil across time and perspective. 9. The way is near, but men seek it too far. It is in easy things, but men seek for it in difficult things. In the philosophy of Mencius, this statement underscores the innate goodness and potential within each individual to attain moral virtue through simple, earnest actions rather than through grandiose or arduous endeavors. Mencius believed that the path to righteousness and the way, Tao, is not distant or inaccessible, but rather it lies in the everyday acts of kindness, justice, and adherence to one's heart. This reflects his view that human nature is inherently good and that by nurturing our benevolent tendencies, such as compassion, empathy, and righteousness, we naturally align with the way. The search for virtue in the complexities of life overlooks the profound truth that moral development is rooted in the simplicity of living in accordance with our intrinsic moral compass. Mencius teaches that by embracing the virtues within and engaging in simple acts of goodness, we fulfill our highest potential. 10. The way of truth is like a great road. It is not difficult to know it. The evil is only that men will not seek it. Mencius, with his deep-rooted belief in the innate goodness of human nature, would interpret this saying as a reflection on the fundamental accessibility of moral truth and the path of righteousness. The Great Road symbolizes the clear and unobstructed path to ethical living and wisdom, which, according to Mencius, is within the reach of all individuals. The challenge, however, lies not in the complexity of finding this path, but in the willingness, or lack thereof, of individuals to pursue it. Mencius would argue that the obstacle to moral enlightenment and virtuous living is not intellectual incapacity, but a failure of the will or a deficiency in the effort to seek and adhere to the truth. This perspective emphasizes the importance of cultivating one's moral inclinations and the role of active effort in achieving ethical integrity and societal harmony. 11. A man must not be without shame, for the shame of being without shame is shamelessness indeed. Mencius, with his deep insight into human nature and morality, would interpret this aphorism as a testament to the intrinsic value of shame in fostering ethical conduct and societal harmony. To Mencius, shame is not merely a negative emotion but a critical component of one's moral compass, guiding individuals away from dishonorable actions and towards righteousness. A person devoid of shame lacks the internal mechanism that restrains immoral behavior, leading to a state of shamelessness, which Mencius would deem the lowest degradation of human character. In his philosophy, the presence of shame signifies the potential for growth and improvement, as it reflects an awareness of one's faults and a desire to align with the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom. Thus, the absence of shame is a fundamental failure to embrace the path of self-cultivation and moral development, essential for the well-being of both the individual and society. 12. A trail through the mountains, if used, becomes a path in a short time, but if unused, becomes blocked by grass in an equally short time. In the profound philosophy of Mencius, this proverb serves as a metaphor for the innate potential within every human heart and the importance of cultivation. Mencius, who believed in the inherent goodness of human nature, might interpret this as illustrating that virtues, like the mountain trail, require consistent use and engagement to remain clear and navigable. Without practice and nurturing, these virtues can become obscured, much like the path that becomes overgrown when neglected. This allegory underscores the necessity of continuous moral and ethical development. To Mencius, the human heart is a field that must be tended to with care. Virtues must be actively practiced and cultivated, lest they wither away under the overgrowth of neglect and apathy. This emphasizes the dynamic process of personal growth and the critical role of conscientious effort in sustaining one's moral integrity and humanity. 13. Try your best to be to others as you would wish to be treated yourself, and you will find that this is the shortest way to benevolence. Mencius, with his deep-rooted belief in the innate goodness of human nature, would interpret this adage as a testament to the power of empathy and moral integrity. In his view, treating others with the kindness and respect we desire reflects the essence of Ren, or benevolence, a fundamental virtue in his philosophy. Mencius posits that such a practice not only nurtures our intrinsic benevolent nature, but also fosters a society grounded in mutual respect and compassion. This principle acts as a moral compass, guiding us to act with sincerity and empathy, thereby cultivating an environment where benevolence flourishes. In essence, Mencius would argue that by embodying the virtues we wish to see in the world, we embark on the most direct path to achieving a harmonious and virtuous society, thereby realizing our highest ethical potential. 14. Truth uttered before its time is always dangerous. Mencius, with his profound understanding of human nature and morality, would interpret this adage as a testament to the delicate balance between truth and timing. In his view, the essence of wisdom is not only in recognizing the truth, but also in understanding the opportune moment for its revelation. Mencius believed in the inherent goodness of human beings and the transformative power of righteousness. However, he also acknowledged that society might not always be ready to embrace certain truths. Premature disclosure could lead to misunderstanding, resistance, or even harm. Hence, like a skilled gardener who knows the precise moment to plant seeds for them to flourish, a wise individual discerns the right time to unveil truths, ensuring they are received with openness and lead to positive change. This approach reflects Mencius's advocacy for benevolence and the strategic cultivation of virtues to nurture a harmonious society. 15. Friendship is one mind in two bodies. In the profound philosophy of Mencius, this aphorism encapsulates the essence of true friendship as a transcendent connection that goes beyond mere physical existence. Mencius, a staunch believer in the inherent goodness and interconnectivity of human beings, would interpret this as the manifestation of shared virtues, values, and mutual understanding that bind individuals together, irrespective of their physical separation. This unity of mind and purpose reflects the Confucian ideal of Ren, embodying benevolence and human-heartedness. To Mencius, such a bond is not merely social or emotional, but a profound moral alignment that elevates individuals, guiding them towards their highest ethical potential. Thus, friendship is one mind in two bodies, underscores the belief in the power of virtuous relationships to cultivate moral integrity and foster a collective pursuit of the good, embodying the ultimate expression of humaneness and moral solidarity.
Sun Tzu was an ancient Chinese military strategist, philosopher, and author of The Art of War, a treatise on military strategy, tactics, and foresight. His principles emphasize strategy, deception, and efficient resource use, influencing both Eastern and Western military thinking, business tactics, and beyond. 1. Never trust a friend who is silent about your flaws. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, understanding allies and adversaries alike is paramount. Never trust a friend who is silent about your flaws, encapsulates the strategic importance of forthrightness and correction within alliances. Just as a general must be aware of vulnerabilities to fortify against attack, so must we acknowledge criticisms from those we trust to strengthen our character. Silence on such matters suggests a lack of genuine commitment to one's growth and may mask concealed intentions or indifference. True comrades are those who, in loyalty, dare to voice the hard truths, aiming not to wound but to forge resilience and wisdom. This principle mirrors Sun Tzu's advocacy for knowledge, both of self and others, as the bedrock of strategic superiority. 2. Appear weak when you are strong and strong when you are weak. In the profound teachings of Sun Tzu, this axiom serves as a cornerstone of strategic deception, encapsulating the art of masking true capabilities to confound the adversary. It advocates for the cultivation of an outward demeanor that belies inner strength, thereby leading opponents into underestimation and complacency. Conversely, exuding confidence and might during times of vulnerability sows doubt and hesitation among foes. This dual principle not only perturbs the enemy's plans, but also paves the way for exploiting their misjudgments. In essence, it's a tactical maneuver that leverages the element of surprise, turning perceived weaknesses into fortified advantages and perceived strength into stealthy traps. This wisdom underscores the importance of psychological warfare in achieving supremacy, emphasizing that victory is often secured not by physical might alone, but by the strategic orchestration of appearances. 3. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. In the wisdom of Sun Tzu, this aphorism transcends the mere art of war, embodying a universal principle applicable across the varied tapestry of human endeavors. To know the enemy is to understand the motivations, strengths, and weaknesses of those who oppose us, be it in conflict, competition, or negotiation. Equally, to know yourself demands a profound introspection, recognizing one's own capabilities, limits, and inclinations. When these spheres of understanding are mastered, fear dissipates, replaced by a strategic confidence. Such insight ensures preparedness for every conceivable challenge, enabling one to navigate conflicts with a foresight that virtually guarantees success, irrespective of the number of battles. This wisdom underscores the quintessence of strategic acumen. Victory is born from the depths of knowledge, not the chaos of uncertainty. Wherefore, let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom underscores the quintessence of strategic ambiguity and the element of surprise in warfare. It suggests that one's strategies should be as inscrutable as the night, shrouded in mystery, thereby confounding and bewildering the adversary. This darkness symbolizes the impenetrable veil behind which intentions and tactics are concealed, ensuring they remain unpredictable and safeguarded from the enemy's prying eyes. The analogy of striking as a thunderbolt encapsulates the concept of exploiting this strategic obscurity with swift, decisive action that is executed with such speed and force. It leaves no opportunity for the opponent to react or counter. Thus, this principle emphasizes the critical importance of maintaining secrecy until the moment of action, ensuring that when one finally initiates their move, it is overwhelming and conclusive, akin to the sudden, formidable impact of a thunderbolt. 5. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. In the realm of conflict and turmoil, where uncertainty reigns and the tumultuous dance of chaos engulfs the horizon, therein lies a hidden tapestry of potential. This profound insight, echoing the sagacious teachings of Sun Tzu, illuminates the paradoxical truth that amidst the whirlwind of disorder, the seeds of opportunity are sown. It beckons the astute observer to peer beyond the immediate maelstrom, to discern the patterns within the pandemonium, and to navigate the intricate maze of chaos with strategic foresight. For it is within this very vortex of upheaval that the astute strategist can identify pathways to transformation, harnessing the chaotic energies to forge new realities, pivot with agility, and emerge victorious. In recognizing that chaos is not merely a state to be feared, but a dynamic landscape ripe with potential, one unlocks the ability to transform adversity into advantage, turning the tide of fate in one's favor. 6. Victorious warriors win first and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom embodies the quintessence of strategic foresight in conflict. Victorious warriors, through their deep understanding and meticulous planning, secure their triumph even before the battle commences. Their victory is not left to chance. It is forged in the crucible of preparation, where knowledge of the enemy, terrain, and oneself converge to create an invincible strategy. Conversely, defeated warriors lacking in foresight and preparation plunge into battle driven by the mere hope of victory. Their approach is reactionary, marked by a scramble to adapt and overcome in the midst of chaos. Thus, Sun Tzu teaches that the essence of supreme warfare lies not in the clashing of swords, but in the unseen battles of the mind, where victories are silently won long before they are publicly celebrated. 7. To know your enemy, you must become your enemy. In the profound essence of Sun Tzu's teachings, encapsulated within the art of war and the mastery of strategy, lies the axiom, to know your enemy, you must become your enemy. This principle transcends the mere understanding of one's adversary through observation and intelligence gathering. It embodies the deep immersion into the mindset, culture, and methodologies of those we oppose. By adopting their perspective, we unveil their strengths, weaknesses, intentions, and fears. This empathetic warfare strategy enables us to anticipate their moves, devise countermeasures, and exploit vulnerabilities with precision. It's a testament to the philosophy that in the intricate dance of conflict, insight, and adaptation are paramount to securing victory. This wisdom, though ancient, resonates with timeless relevance in both martial and metaphorical battles, guiding us to master the art of empathy as a conduit to triumph. 8. There is no instance of a nation benefiting from prolonged warfare. In the annals of history, the wisdom of Sun Tzu, a paragon of military strategy, illuminates the futility of protracted conflict. His axiom, there is no instance of a nation benefiting from prolonged warfare, serves as a profound testament to the inherent losses that accompany the extended throes of battle. This principle transcends the mere economic drain or territorial gains to underscore the deeper erosion of societal vitality, the depletion of human resources, and the pervasive shadow cast upon the spirit of the people. Sun Tzu's insight advocates for the swift resolution of conflicts, emphasizing the preservation of state and society's well-being over the hollow victories eked out through enduring hostilities. In essence, the enduring peace and prosperity of a nation are found not in the relentless pursuit of war, but in the strategic avoidance and expedient conclusion of conflicts, thereby safeguarding the harmony and resilience of the realm. 9. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you into the deepest valley. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom underscores the quintessence of leadership and loyalty. To lead is not merely to command, it is to nurture a bond of respect and care as deep as that between a parent and child. When a leader regards their followers with the same affection and consideration they would their own offspring, they cultivate an unbreakable trust. This profound connection transforms mere obedience into a willing and passionate commitment. The followers, feeling valued and understood, will thus stand by their leader through the most formidable challenges. Such is the power of compassionate leadership. It turns adversity into solidarity, guiding the collective spirit through valleys of despair towards peaks of triumph. 10. Even the finest sword plunged into salt water will eventually rust. In the wisdom of Sun Tzu, every strength, no matter how formidable, harbors vulnerability. Resilience, not rigidity, is the essence of true power. The metaphor of the finest sword succumbing to the relentless embrace of salt water teaches us that external conditions can degrade even the most superior capabilities. It serves as a caution against complacency and the belief in invincibility. This principle extends beyond the battlefield to the realms of strategy, leadership, and personal development. It underscores the importance of adaptability, continuous improvement, and the recognition that circumstances change, necessitating a dynamic approach to challenges and opportunities. Thus, the enduring sword symbolizes not its unyielding material, but the wisdom to preserve and adapt its edge amidst the inevitable corrosion of time and change. 11. Move swift as the wind and closely formed as the wood. Attack like the fire and be still as the mountain. In the wisdom of Sun Tzu, this precept embodies the essence of strategy and adaptability. To move swift as the wind is to embrace agility, ensuring one's actions are executed with speed and efficiency, outpacing the adversary. Being closely formed as the wood signifies unity and strength, a reminder that cohesion among allies forges an indomitable force. To attack like the fire is to strike with overwhelming power and intensity, consuming all in one's path with fierce momentum. Lastly, to be still as the mountain is to embody tranquility and immovability, projecting an aura of invincibility and steadfastness. Together, these principles encapsulate a holistic approach to conflict, advocating for versatility, unity, decisive action, and unshakable resolve. 12. Opportunities multiply as they are seized. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this aphorism encapsulates the essence of strategic opportunism. The seizing of opportunities is not merely an act of immediate gain, but a cultivation of momentum where each success begets further chances for triumph. This principle mirrors the art of warfare, where the exploitation of a single breach can unravel the enemy's fortifications, leading to an exponential increase in advantageous positions. It suggests that opportunities, much like the flow of water, find their path expanded by the actions that embrace them. Each decisive action not only garners the fruits present, but also sows the seeds for future harvests. Hence, in the realm of strategy, both in war and in peace, the boldness to act decisively is rewarded by the universe's unfurling of endless possibilities, teaching us that the fabric of opportunity is woven by the hands of the audacious. 13. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. In the wisdom of Sun Tzu, this aphorism mirrors the boundless potential of simplicity. Just as only 5 musical notes can weave infinite melodies, a few core principles, when mastered and combined with discernment, unlock endless strategies. This speaks to the essence of adaptability and creativity in strategy and life. Mastery of the fundamentals forms a foundation upon which complexity and diversity can flourish. It underscores the importance of understanding the core, the elemental, from which the myriad variations and possibilities emerge. Thus, in strategy as in music, it is not the abundance of resources, but the artful manipulation of the basic elements that crafts excellence and achieves victory. 14. When the enemy is relaxed, make them toil. When full, starve them. When settled, make them move. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom embodies the essence of strategic advantage in psychological warfare. It advises exploiting the opponent's vulnerabilities by disrupting their state of comfort and preparedness. When the adversary is complacent, challenge them with tasks that sap their strength. In moments of their abundance, create scarcity, compelling them to operate in deficiency. When they find solace in stability, introduce uncertainty, forcing them into motion. This philosophy underscores the importance of adaptability and the art of manipulating circumstances to one's favor, ensuring dominance not through direct confrontation, but through the astute management of conditions that weaken the opponent internally and externally. 15. Who wishes to fight must first count the cost. In the wisdom of Sun Tzu, this adage serves as a poignant reminder of the profound deliberation required before engaging in conflict. It underscores the imperative of assessing not just the apparent costs, such as resources and manpower, but also the hidden tolls, the strain on the spirit, the potential loss of honor, and the unforeseen consequences that ripple through time. To embark upon a battle unprepared or without full contemplation of these costs is to court disaster. Sun Tzu teaches that true mastery and strategy lies not in how many battles are won, but in achieving objectives with the least necessary conflict. This philosophy advocates for a holistic evaluation of circumstances, urging leaders to consider the long-term impacts in the moral dimensions of their actions. Thus, who wishes to fight must first count the cost, transcends mere tactical advice, embodying a deeper wisdom about the essence of leadership and the stewardship of power. 16. If you wait by the river long enough, the bodies of your enemies will float by. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this aphorism transcends its literal sense, embodying a strategic patience and the inevitability of karma in the theater of conflict. It suggests that time itself is a weapon, one that can outlast the tumult of immediate confrontations. To wait by the river long enough is to exercise restraint, to understand that the forces of nature, circumstance, and the inherent flaws of one's adversaries will ultimately lead to their downfall. It encourages the observer to cultivate patience, wisdom, and insight, rather than rashly engaging in direct confrontation. In essence, it teaches that the arc of the moral universe, though long, bends towards justice, and that one's enemies will meet their fate not through direct action, but through the steady, inexorable passage of time and the unfolding of their own undoing. 17. Know yourself and you will win all battles. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this adage embodies the essence of strategic mastery. Understanding oneself with all one's strengths, weaknesses, fears, and aspirations is akin to possessing an unbreachable fortress in the realm of conflict. It is not merely self-awareness, but an intricate knowledge of one's capabilities and limits. Such insight ensures that one can adapt to any confrontation, predict outcomes, and exploit advantages with precision. It suggests that victory is not solely dependent on understanding the adversary, but fundamentally rooted in the profound comprehension of one's own nature. Thus, to know yourself is to arm oneself with the ultimate tool of triumph, ensuring mastery over any battle, be it on the battlefield, in the boardroom, or within the chambers of one's own mind. 18. To win 100 victories in 100 particular battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of supreme mastery in conflict lies not in the relentless pursuit of victory through direct confrontation. Achieving 100 victories in 100 battles, while impressive, does not epitomize the pinnacle of strategic skill. Rather, true sagacity and unparalleled expertise manifest in the ability to neutralize opposition without the need for battle. This principle transcends mere physical dominance, advocating for the art of winning through intellect, diplomacy, and foresight. It emphasizes understanding and influencing the opponent's psyche, leveraging strategic advantages without recourse to violence. Thus, the highest form of skill is embodied in achieving objectives seamlessly, where the battle is won before it even begins, a testament to the profound understanding of the art of war. 19. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, constructing a golden bridge for one's adversary to retreat across embodies the art of mastering conflict without the destruction wrought by direct confrontation. This principle advocates for the strategic foresight to provide opponents with a dignified exit, thereby avoiding unnecessary casualties and preserving resources. It underscores the importance of subtlety and intellect over brute force, suggesting that true victory lies in outmaneuvering the adversary in such a manner that they withdraw willingly. This approach not only minimizes resistance, but also maintains harmony and stability, reflecting a deep understanding of human nature and the dynamics of power. In essence, it is a testament to the elegance of achieving one's objectives through acumen and strategic flexibility, rather than sheer aggression. 20. Be extremely subtle, even to the point of formlessness. Be extremely mysterious, even to the point of soundlessness. Thereby, you can be the director of the opponent's fate. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this guidance embodies the essence of strategic ambiguity and elusiveness in the art of war. To be extremely subtle, even to the point of formlessness, suggests an approach to strategy where one's actions and intentions are so delicately nuanced that they become indiscernible to the opponent, akin to water that flows and adapts, leaving no trace. Similarly, extremely mysterious, even to the point of soundlessness, emphasizes the importance of silence and secrecy, ensuring plans and movements are concealed, making them unpredictable and enigmatic. This mastery of invisibility and unpredictability positions one as the orchestrator of the enemy's destiny, manipulating situations with such finesse that the opponent unknowingly plays into your hands. By mastering these principles, one can control the dynamics of conflict, steering outcomes with the stealth and precision of an unseen force, guiding the fate of adversaries with an imperceptible touch. 21. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so that he cannot fathom our real intent. In the art of strategy, as illuminated by Sun Tzu, the essence of supremacy in conflict transcends the mere clashing of forces. It is embodied in the orchestration of a psychological labyrinth, a maze of deceit and misdirection, where the adversary is led into a state of perplexity and disarray. This principle advocates for the obfuscation of one's true objectives, veiling them in a cloak of ambiguity, so as to render the opponent incapable of discerning the actual plan. By entangling the enemy in a web of uncertainty, one cultivates an environment where the adversary's decision-making is compromised, thus paving the way for their downfall. In this realm, victory is secured not by the strength of arms alone, but through the superior acumen in exploiting the psychological vulnerabilities of the foe, ensuring they are perpetually ensnared in a quagmire of confusion, unable to grasp the real intent. 22. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins but excels in winning with ease. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of supreme martial prowess transcends mere victory. It embodies the artistry of achieving triumph with unparalleled grace. This ancient adage venerates the strategist who not only secures success, but does so with a seamless ease that belies the complexity of conflict. Such a combatant, in their adeptness, manipulates the theater of war as if conducting an orchestra, ensuring every movement is both purposeful and poised. This philosophy underscores a deeper truth. The zenith of skill lies not in the struggle, but in the orchestration of victory so masterful it appears effortless. Herein, the clever fighter's prowess is not merely in overcoming the adversary, but in the sublime execution of strategy that transforms battle into an art, making the arduous seem effortless. 23. Rouse him and learn the principle of his activity or inactivity. Force him to reveal himself so as to find out his vulnerable spots. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, to rouse an adversary and discern the essence of their action or inaction is to engage in a strategic dance of intellect and foresight. This maneuver compels the opponent to unveil their strategies and intentions, inadvertently exposing their strengths and weaknesses. Such revelation is pivotal, for it allows one to identify the Achilles heel of the adversary, crafting a tailored strategy that leverages these vulnerabilities to one's advantage. It is a testament to the art of war, where knowledge and cunning are the keystones to outmaneuvering an opponent, transforming potential threats into opportunities for decisive victory. This principle underscores the importance of psychological acumen and strategic planning in overcoming challenges and achieving supremacy in any competitive endeavor. 24. You have to believe in yourself. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of victory first resides within the self. This ancient strategist teaches us that the foundation of all triumphs is not merely in the might of armies, nor the sharpness of swords, but in the unshakable belief one harbors within. You have to believe in yourself transcends mere encouragement. It is a strategic imperative, For in the art of conflict and the endeavors of life, the one who conquers the battlefield of doubt within emerges formidable against external adversities. Sun Tzu implies that self-confidence is akin to the preparedness of a well-fortified city. It is an invincible asset. Without this inner conviction, even the greatest strategies falter like a rudderless vessel amidst turbulent seas. Hence, believing in oneself is not just an act of personal affirmation, but a strategic position that ensures resilience, adaptability, and ultimate victory. 25. If the mind is willing, the flesh could go on and on without many things. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this adage illuminates the supremacy of mental fortitude over physical constraints. It suggests that a resolute spirit acts as the sovereign commander, guiding the corporeal form through adversities and scarcities. This principle mirrors the strategic ethos of overcoming through psychological resilience, rather than mere reliance on tangible resources. Just as a master strategist utilizes intellect and spirit to dominate the battlefield, so too can an individual conquer life's trials. The essence of this wisdom underscores the boundless potential of a determined mind, highlighting that when the soul's resolve is unyielding, the physical self can transcend limitations, embodying the quintessence of enduring perseverance and adaptability. 26. Thus, the expert in battle moves the enemy and is not moved by him. In the profound essence of Sun Tzu's wisdom, this statement encapsulates the zenith of strategic mastery in conflict. To move the enemy and not be moved by him transcends the mere physicality of battle, venturing into the realm of psychological dominion. It is the art of influencing, of dictating the tempo and terrain of engagement without being ensnared in the opponent's intentions. The adept commander shapes the conflict, crafting circumstances rather than reacting to them, thus asserting control over the flux of battle. This principle does not merely apply to warfare, but serves as a metaphor for navigating any competitive or adversarial situation. It underscores the importance of initiative, foresight, and the capacity to compel the adversary into undesired positions, all while maintaining strategic equilibrium and composure. In essence, it is the acme of strategic finesse, where victory is achieved not solely through force, but through superior acumen in the manipulation of circumstances to one's advantage. 27. Attack is the secret of defense. Defense is the planning of an attack. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of warfare transcends the mere acts of offense and defense. The axiom, attack is the secret of defense, defense is the planning of an attack, embodies a philosophy where the dichotomy between attacking and defending blurs. To attack effectively, one must harbor the capability to defend, ensuring resilience against countermeasures. Conversely, a true defense is not passive but a strategic preparation for a future offensive, laying the groundwork for victory. This precept advocates for a dynamic interplay between aggression and restraint, suggesting that the acme of military mastery is not in overpowering the enemy at their weakest, but in the artful orchestration of force and foresight, rendering the opponent's strategies futile. In essence, Sun Tzu teaches that the greatest warriors win not by fighting battles, but by mastering the subtle art of war, where every defense is an opportunity and every attack is a calculated decision. 28. Great results can be achieved with small forces. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of achieving monumental outcomes with minimal forces lies not in the might of numbers, but in the strategic prowess and the adept maneuvering of available resources. This philosophy underscores the quintessence of leveraging agility, intelligence, and the element of surprise to overcome adversaries or challenges, irrespective of their scale. It is a testament to the principle that the acumen in deploying what is seemingly insignificant through innovative tactics and precise execution can indeed yield unparalleled success. Thus, it encourages the cultivation of strategic thinking, resourcefulness, and the art of making every move count, transforming constraints into unparalleled advantages. 29. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. In the philosophical realm of Sun Tzu, a preeminent strategist, the adage "ponder and deliberate before you make a move" encapsulates the essence of strategic foresight and prudence. This axiom urges the importance of thorough contemplation and meticulous planning before embarking on any action. It underscores the value of understanding the terrain, discerning the adversary's intentions, and evaluating one's own capabilities and limitations. By doing so, one can anticipate potential challenges and opportunities, thereby formulating a strategy that is both adaptable and resilient. This principle transcends the battlefield, offering timeless wisdom for navigating the complexities of life. It teaches us that success is not a product of impulsive decisions, but of thoughtful deliberation and strategic foresight. If quick, I survive. If not quick, I am lost. This is death. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom encapsulates the essence of agility and rapid response as determinants of survival or demise. To be quick transcends mere physical speed. It embodies the acuity to discern, decide, and act decisively in the face of adversity. This principle, drawn from the art of war, illuminates the stark reality that stagnation or delay often precipitates failure or destruction. Hence, this statement is not solely a commentary on the physical battlefield, but a broader philosophical reflection on the necessity of adaptability and swift action in life's myriad challenges. In Sun Tzu's perspective, the interplay between speed and strategy forms the cornerstone of triumph or defeat, metaphorically equating the failure to act promptly with the finality of death. 31. Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, ultimate excellence transcends the mere act of victory in battlefields. It embodies the strategic acumen to outmaneuver one's adversary, rendering conflict unnecessary. This philosophy underscores the power of the intellect over force, suggesting that the highest form of warfare is to subdue the opponent without engaging in direct combat. It advocates for understanding the dynamics of power, the terrain of contention, and the psychology of the adversary to such an extent that one can influence outcomes favorably without resorting to violence. This approach not only preserves resources and lives, but also highlights the sophistication of strategic foresight and the art of indirect influence, marking the zenith of martial prowess and diplomatic ingenuity. 32. If you ignore both your enemy and yourself, you are certain to be in peril. In the wisdom of Sun Tzu, understanding oneself and the adversary forms the cornerstone of strategic mastery. This aphorism encapsulates the peril of neglecting this dual awareness. Ignorance of one's capabilities and limitations blinds one to the tactical landscape, leading to misjudged actions and vulnerabilities. Equally, unawareness of the enemy's strengths and intentions hinders the ability to anticipate and counter their moves effectively. Together, these oversights ensure defeat, as strategic engagement relies on leveraging insights about oneself and the opponent. Thus, Sun Tzu admonishes that such ignorance is a direct path to peril, advocating for thorough self-knowledge and enemy analysis as the bedrock of security and victory. 33. Move not unless you see an advantage. Use not your troops unless there is something to be gained. Fight not unless the position is critical. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom epitomizes strategic prudence and the art of conservation in conflict. It advises that action should only be taken when it leads to a tangible benefit, underscoring the importance of strategic patience and discernment. Deploying forces without a clear advantage squanders resources and energy, potentially leading to unnecessary losses. Engagement in conflict is advised only when the stakes are high and the situation demands it, emphasizing the significance of choosing battles wisely. This principle transcends warfare, offering timeless guidance on the judicious use of resources and the importance of strategic positioning in any competitive endeavor. 34. Wheels of justice grind slow, but grind fine. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, one comprehends that the essence of strategy lies not merely in the swiftness of action, but in the meticulousness of execution. Wheels of justice grind slow, but grind fine embodies the principle that, though the mechanisms of justice may operate with deliberate pace, their outcomes are refined and precise. This mirrors Sun Tzu's counsel on warfare and strategy, where hastiness can lead to folly, and patience can forge victories. It teaches us that true justice, much like a well-planned strategy, requires time to discern the nuances of right and wrong, ensuring that when decisions are made, they are both fair and exacting. This patience in execution, whether in the battlefield of justice or war, results in outcomes that are not only just but enduringly impactful. 35. It is easy to love your friend, but sometimes the hardest lesson to learn is to love your enemy. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of strategy transcends the battlefield, illuminating the depths of human relationships. To love a friend is as natural as the flowing river. It requires little effort, for it moves with the gentle slope of the earth. Yet the true mastery of one's character is tested in the tempest of animosity. To love an enemy demands the cultivation of an internal fortitude, akin to the general who seeks peace amidst war's chaos. It is a lesson in seeing beyond the immediate facade of friend and foe, understanding that beneath the veneer of conflict lies the potential for harmony. This endeavor, though arduous, carves the path to profound wisdom, teaching us that the highest form of victory is not in the defeat of our adversaries, but in transforming enmity into a bridge of mutual respect and understanding. 36. If his forces are united, separate them? In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, an axiom of warfare and strategy, this statement encapsulates the essence of dividing to conquer. It suggests that in the face of a cohesive adversary, one strategy should aim to disrupt this unity, thereby weakening their collective strength. This principle transcends the battlefield, finding relevance in negotiations, politics, and even in overcoming personal challenges. By identifying and isolating the constituent elements of an opponent's strength, one can effectively neutralize their advantage, turning the tide in one's favor. This tactic fosters conditions under which victory can be more readily achieved, emphasizing the strategic importance of psychological and structural understanding over mere force. It is a testament to the enduring applicability of ancient wisdom in contemporary contexts, advocating for a nuanced approach to conflict and competition. 37. You can't trust a man who has nothing to lose. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, it is articulated that the essence of strategy lies not only in foreseeing victory, but in understanding the depths of human nature. You can't trust a man who has nothing to lose encapsulates a vital strategic caution. Such a person is liberated from the chains of fear and consequence, making him unpredictably dangerous. In this realm of thought, Sun Tzu would advise that the unpredictability rooted in desperation renders an individual capable of actions beyond the ordinary confines of rationality or morality. This principle underscores the importance of discerning an adversary's motivations and constraints, for those unbound by loss possess a freedom that can turn the tides of conflict in unforeseen ways. Thus, in the art of war, in the chessboard of life, understanding the stakes of each player becomes crucial to navigating the complex interplay of trust and strategy. 38. Plan for what is difficult while it is easy. Do what is great while it is small. In the wisdom of Sun Tzu, this aphorism embodies the art of foresight and meticulous planning. It suggests that the seeds of complexity lie in simplicity, and thus addressing potential challenges at their nascent stage is paramount. By planning for difficulties when they appear manageable, one can navigate through intricacies with ease and dexterity. Similarly, accomplishing monumental tasks is made feasible by tackling them incrementally. This philosophy underscores the importance of strategic anticipation and the power of gradual progress. It teaches us that the path to triumph is paved with careful preparation, and the wisdom to act on challenges when they are least formidable, thereby transforming the arduous into the achievable. 39. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will be weak everywhere. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this statement encapsulates the strategic folly of dispersal and dilution. To deploy reinforcements indiscriminately across all fronts is to embrace a fallacy of omnipresence, thus rendering one's forces thinly spread and inherently vulnerable. Such a tactic betrays a lack of discernment and strategic focus, squandering precious resources on multiple fronts without achieving decisive superiority in any. It is a testament to the principle that true strength lies not in mere numbers or widespread deployment, but in the judicious concentration of force where it can be most effective. In essence, this aphorism teaches the critical lesson of prioritizing and concentrating efforts to exploit the enemy's weaknesses with overwhelming force at the pivotal moment, rather than diluting one's power in a futile attempt to be strong everywhere. 40. Be where your enemy is not. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom, "Be where your enemy is not," encapsulates the essence of strategic superiority. It is not merely a tactic of physical displacement, but a deeper philosophy of anticipating and outmaneuvering one's adversary. This principle urges us to inhabit the unexpected, to cultivate the art of unpredictability, making our actions unfathomable to the opponent. It speaks to the heart of agility, advising against direct confrontation where the enemy's strength is formidable. Instead, it advocates for exploiting vulnerabilities, leveraging the element of surprise, and mastering the terrain of conflict, be it mental, emotional, or physical. In essence, it teaches us the power of indirect strategy, where victory is secured before the battle commences, through superior insight and strategic positioning. 41. An enemy is a friend who knows too much about you. In the philosophical tapestry of Sun Tzu, the maxim, "An enemy is a friend who knows too much about you," encapsulates a profound understanding of the dual nature of relationships and knowledge in the art of war and beyond. This statement foregrounds the idea that the line separating friends from foes is not merely drawn by intentions, but also by the amount of knowledge one possesses. In Sun Tzu's strategic landscape, where information is both a weapon and a shield, this adage serves as a cautionary reminder that the power of knowledge, when wielded by those who were once allies, can turn them into formidable adversaries. It underscores the precarious balance of trust and the potential volatility of alliances, where too much insight into one's vulnerabilities can transform camaraderie into competition. Thus, it encourages the wise to guard their secrets, recognizing that today's confidant can be tomorrow's opponent should the scales of knowledge tip too far. 42. Disorder came from order. Fear came from courage. Weakness came from strength. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of this statement lies in the paradoxical nature of existence, where opposites are inherently interdependent. Disorder came from order signifies that the very foundation of order, when pushed to its extremes, breeds complacency and rigidity, eventually spiraling into chaos. Similarly, fear came from courage, reveals that true courage is not the absence of fear, but its mastery. The bravest of actions are often undertaken in the face of fear, acknowledging its presence yet choosing to act regardless. Lastly, weakness came from strength, reflects the notion that over-reliance on one's strengths can lead to neglect of growth in other areas, creating vulnerabilities. Thus, Sun Tzu illuminates the cyclical nature of these concepts, urging us to recognize that balance and moderation are keys to navigating the complexities of life, war, and strategy. 43. If your friend is friends with your enemy, it means that you should not hang out with this friend. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of alliances and adversarial relationships is encapsulated with astute perception. When a friend forms a bond with your adversary, it unveils a complex terrain of loyalty and strategy. This scenario, akin to the battlefield stratagems Sun Tzu elaborated upon, suggests that the intersection of friendships and enmities is fraught with potential for betrayal and hidden agendas. Thus, prudence dictates a cautious withdrawal from such a friend, not out of spite, but as a strategic maneuver to safeguard one's position. It underscores the importance of understanding the dynamics of relationships, much like discerning the landscape of conflict, where the alignment of forces can reveal underlying motives and intentions. In essence, this wisdom advises the fortification of one's own realm of trust and influence, recognizing that the confluence of friendships and enmities can serve as a harbinger of unseen challenges and conflicts. 44. Beware of sugar that is mixed with poison. Beware of the fly that sat on a dead snake. In the intricate dance of strategy, the wisdom of Sun Tzu illuminates the path of discernment, advising vigilance against the allure of sweetness laced with peril. Beware of sugar that is mixed with poison. Beware of the fly that sat on a dead snake speaks to the quintessence of deception, a caution against the seductive veneer that masks treachery. This metaphor serves as a stark reminder that appearances can be deceitful, urging one to look beyond the surface. It implores the observer to cultivate a keen sense of awareness and understanding, recognizing that what seems harmless or enticing may carry hidden dangers. In essence, it is a call to exercise prudence and critical thinking in evaluating the true nature of things, understanding that even the most attractive propositions may harbor malevolent intents. 45. Who does not know the evils of war cannot appreciate its benefits. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom serves as a meditation on the paradoxical nature of conflict. To those unacquainted with the harrowing darkness of war's calamities, its potential to catalyze societal transformation and unity remains obscured. War, in its desolation, fosters a crucible for valor, innovation, and the forging of indomitable spirits. It compels nations to confront their vulnerabilities, thereby instigating advancements in strategy, technology, and governance. This precept admonishes the observer to recognize that within the depths of warfare's affliction lies the seed of progress. Understanding the depths of its adversity is essential to harnessing the profound benefits that can emerge in its wake. Thus, Sun Tzu encapsulates the dual-edged sword of conflict, illuminating the intrinsic link between the tribulations of war and the subsequent blossoming of societal strength and wisdom. 46. Therefore, just as water retains no constant shape, so in warfare there are no constant conditions. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this aphorism illuminates the essence of adaptability in the art of warfare. Just as water in its fluidity molds itself effortlessly to the container it occupies, never assuming a permanent form, so must strategists in battle embrace flexibility. The terrain of conflict is ever-changing, influenced by myriad factors: the enemy's movements, the morale of one's troops, the vicissitudes of weather. To adhere rigidly to a single strategy is akin to confining water to a fixed shape, impractical and against its nature. Therefore, success in warfare demands a deep understanding of the dynamics at play, an ability to anticipate shifts, and the agility to modify tactics accordingly. This principle transcends martial contexts, offering wisdom on the importance of adaptability in the face of life's uncertainties. 47. Regard your soldiers as your children. They will follow you into the deepest valleys. Look on them as your own beloved sons. In the profound essence of Sun Tzu's philosophy, this axiom transcends mere martial strategy, embedding itself in the core of leadership and human connection. To regard one's soldiers as children is to invoke a paradigm of nurturance, loyalty, and unconditional support. Such a leader does not merely command, they cultivate a profound bond rooted in mutual respect and care, transforming the hierarchical relationship into one of familial devotion. This emotional investment inspires unparalleled commitment, ensuring that followers will brave the most formidable adversities with unwavering faith. Sun Tzu underscores that the strength of an army lies not in numbers or might, but in the depth of the connection between its members and their leader. This wisdom illuminates the timeless truth that the heart's allegiance is the most formidable force, capable of surmounting the steepest challenges. 48. A leader leads by example, not by force. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, it is articulated that the essence of leadership transcends the mere exertion of authority through coercion or force. True leadership embodies the art of inspiring, guiding, and influencing through personal example and moral integrity. This principle emphasizes that a leader's actions and character set a powerful precedent that fosters loyalty, respect, and voluntary compliance among followers. It underscores the importance of leading with virtue, wisdom, and compassion, rather than relying on fear or dominance. In this way, a leader cultivates an environment of trust, harmony, and collective purpose, which are pivotal for achieving enduring success and unity in any endeavor. 49. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom encapsulates the essence of strategic mastery in the theater of conflict. It suggests that victory belongs to the one who adeptly maneuvers between forces of varying strengths, understanding not just the brute force, but the subtleties of leverage and influence. Mastery over such dynamics implies a deep comprehension of the terrain of conflict, the psychology of adversaries, and the timing of action. It underscores the importance of adaptability, the art of aligning one's strategies with the fluidity of circumstances. True strategic acumen, therefore, lies not in overpowering one's enemy with sheer force, but in the nuanced orchestration of all resources at one's disposal, both mighty and modest, to create a harmonious symphony of victory. This philosophy transcends the battlefield, applying to any endeavor that involves the interplay of diverse forces. 50. In making tactical dispositions, the highest pitch you can attain is to conceal them. In the profound teachings of Sun Tzu, the essence of supreme strategy lies in the art of obscurity. Tactical dispositions, when artfully concealed, transcend mere positioning. They embody the zenith of strategic mastery. This principle elevates deception beyond a simple ruse. It becomes a profound orchestration of the unseen, a dance of shadows where the true intentions and capabilities are veiled in impenetrable mystery. In this realm, the adversary is ensnared in a web of uncertainty, their decisions clouded, their actions reactive. For in the heart of war, the ability to cloak one's designs not only preserves the element of surprise, but also weaves an intricate tapestry of psychological dominance. Thus, the acme of tactical prowess is not in the revelation, but in the artful concealment, turning invisibility into the loudest statement of power. 51. Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is noise before defeat. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom underscores the essential interplay between strategy and tactics within the theater of conflict. Strategy, a roadmap guiding towards ultimate victory, demands a vision that encompasses the entire war, not merely individual battles. It's the foundation upon which success is built. Yet without tactics, the methods and maneuvers executed in the heat of battle, it becomes a path elongated by aimlessness, inching towards victory at a languid pace. Conversely, tactics, when devoid of strategic oversight, resemble mere cacophony preceding inevitable failure. They are the short-lived bursts of energy that, although brilliant, lead nowhere if not anchored to a greater plan. This synergy between overarching plans and their moment-to-moment execution illustrates that true conquest is achieved not by strength alone, but through the harmonious alignment of foresight and action. 52. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of this directive goes beyond mere tactics. It is a testament to the art of war interwoven with the fabric of humanity. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept encapsulates a strategy that transcends the battlefield, embodying the principle of leveraging psychological warfare to one's advantage. By showing benevolence towards captured foes, a leader not only preserves the moral high ground, but also sows seeds of respect, loyalty, and potential allegiance among the enemy ranks. This approach undermines the enemy's resolve, fostering discord and weakening their will to fight, while simultaneously bolstering one's own forces with potential defectors who, treated with dignity, may offer invaluable insights or assistance. Thus, Sun Tzu advocates for a vision where the acumen of the mind triumphs, making war not just a contest of force, but a dance of intellect, where the heart and mind are as crucial as the sword. 53. One need not destroy one's enemy, one needs only destroy his willingness to engage. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, the essence of victory lies not in the obliteration of adversaries, but in the strategic dismantlement of their resolve to contest. This philosophy transcends the mere physicality of conflict, advocating instead for a cerebral conquest. By undermining an opponent's spirit and desire to confront, one achieves a superior form of triumph. It is a testament to the art of subtlety and the power of influence, where the greatest battles are won without combat. This approach fosters a deeper understanding of strength, one rooted in the manipulation of morale and the cultivation of psychological supremacy. Herein, true mastery of strategy is revealed not through the force of arms, but through the artful erosion of will. 54. Every animal with blood in its veins and horns on its head will fight when it is attacked. In the profound wisdom of Sun Tzu, this axiom extends beyond the literal battlefields, mirroring the intrinsic nature of beings to defend when threatened. Every creature, adorned with horns and coursing blood, symbolizes the inherent instinct to combat adversity. This metaphor transcends the animal kingdom, embodying the universal principle of survival and resistance. In the art of strategy, it teaches that even the most pacific entity will rise in defiance when cornered. Thus, in leadership and tactics, understanding this natural predisposition towards self-preservation is crucial for anticipating an opponent's moves and fortifying one's own defenses. In essence, it underscores the inevitability of conflict and the importance of readiness, echoing the timeless adage, "To be forewarned is to be forearmed." Confucius, a Chinese philosopher of the 5th century BCE, founded Confucianism, a system emphasizing moral integrity, social harmony, and filial piety. His teachings, collected in the Analects, advocate for ethical governance, respect for family bonds, and the importance of education in cultivating virtuous individuals and a just society. 1. If you are the smartest person in the room, then you are in the wrong room. Through the lens of Confucius, this adage illuminates the path to wisdom and self-improvement. Confucius championed the idea of lifelong learning and the pursuit of knowledge. He believed that true enlightenment stems from humility and the continuous quest for understanding. Being the most knowledgeable in one's surroundings suggests a stagnation of growth, as it is in the company of those who challenge us that we find opportunities for learning and self-reflection. Confucius would argue that to cultivate wisdom, one must surround themselves with individuals who inspire growth, foster debate, and encourage the expansion of one's horizons. In essence, this principle underscores the importance of seeking environments that push us beyond our current limits, embodying the Confucian ideal of constant self-improvement and the harmonious exchange of knowledge. 2. People in ancient times did not like to talk much. They considered it a shame for themselves not to keep up with their own words. In the sagacious perspective of Confucius, this adage reflects the profound value placed on integrity and the power of words. Ancient people, embodying the Confucian virtue of yan, understood that speech was not merely communication, but a covenant with the world. To speak was to promise, and failing to fulfill one's words was the epitome of dishonor. This principle underscores a deeper philosophical tenet, the harmony between inner character and outer actions. For Confucius, the true measure of a person lay in their ability to align deeds with words, fostering a society rooted in trust and moral rectitude. Thus, the reticence of the ancients was not silence, but a testament to their commitment to truthfulness and the weight they accorded to verbal expressions, teaching us the timeless lesson of considering our words as extensions of our ethical selves. 3. If what one has to say is not better than silence, then one should keep silent. Through the lens of Confucian wisdom, this aphorism illuminates the virtue of thoughtful speech and the sanctity of silence. Confucius teaches that words hold immense power, capable of nurturing harmony or sowing discord. Thus, the decision to speak should be anchored in the betterment of discourse, a reflection of one's inner cultivation and respect for the collective peace. This principle underscores the importance of self-awareness and restraint, encouraging individuals to weigh their contributions against the tranquility of silence. It champions the idea that true wisdom often lies not in the abundance of words, but in the discerning choice of when to speak and when to listen, fostering a society where dialogue enhances understanding and silence preserves dignity. 4. You can overcome bad habits only today, not tomorrow. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this statement illuminates the virtue of immediacy in moral rectification. Bad habits, seen as deviations from the path of righteousness, must be confronted with urgency and resolve. Confucius teaches that moral excellence is cultivated through daily practice and self-reflection. The emphasis on today signifies the importance of the present moment in the journey of self-improvement. Procrastination, embodied in the notion of tomorrow, is a barrier to personal growth and ethical development. In essence, the sage underscores the principle that the cultivation of virtue and the abandonment of vice must commence without delay. This wisdom encourages us to seize the immediacy of now as the only true moment for transformation, reinforcing the Confucian ideal that through persistent and immediate effort, one can align closer with moral perfection. 5. A noble person blames himself, and an insignificant person blames others. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this statement encapsulates the essence of personal integrity and moral elevation. A noble person, or yunzi, embodies virtue and self-reflection, recognizing that true growth and wisdom come from introspection and accountability for one's actions. This principle champions the cultivation of one's character, where the focus is on self-improvement and the acknowledgement of one's faults as a path to righteousness. In contrast, an insignificant person, lacking in moral fortitude, seeks to deflect blame and responsibility onto others, revealing a deficiency in character and an absence of self-awareness. Confucius teaches us that greatness lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall, by looking inward, not outward, for the source of our mistakes and misfortunes. 6. Tell me, and I will forget. Show me, and I may remember. Involve me, and I will understand. In the sagacious reflections of Confucius, this aphorism encapsulates the essence of his educational philosophy, emphasizing experiential learning as the cornerstone of true comprehension. To merely hear is to graze the surface of knowledge, fleeting and ephemeral. To observe is to delve deeper, allowing the seeds of wisdom to take root in the fertile ground of memory. Yet it is through direct engagement and participation that these seeds blossom into the profound understanding of the self in the world. Confucius champions this holistic approach to learning, advocating for a harmony between listening, observing, and doing. This method fosters not only intellectual growth, but also the cultivation of virtue and ethical conduct, embodying the Confucian ideal of becoming a fully actualized human being. 7. Attack the evil that is within yourself rather than attacking the evil that is in others. In the profound contemplations of Confucius, this directive illuminates the path towards self-improvement and societal harmony. It advocates for introspection and the cultivation of virtue within oneself as the cornerstone of moral conduct. By confronting and rectifying one's own shortcomings, an individual not only achieves personal growth, but also contributes to the collective well-being. This principle embodies the essence of Confucian thought, emphasizing the importance of self-discipline, responsibility, and ethical self-reflection. In essence, it suggests that the true battleground for righteousness lies within the human heart, and by vanquishing the malevolence within, we foster a more virtuous and harmonious world. Thus, it encapsulates the wisdom that to transform society, one must first transform oneself, advocating for an inward journey towards moral excellence as the foundation for external change. 8. To complain about an unpleasant thing is to double the evil. To laugh at it is to destroy it. Through the philosophical lens of Confucius, this proverb embodies the virtue of resilience in the power of perspective. In the face of adversity, lamenting one's misfortunes merely amplifies the burden, entrenching the soul in deeper sorrow. It is akin to watering the weeds in one's garden, encouraging their growth and proliferation. Conversely, to meet challenges with laughter is to wield the light of wisdom, dispersing the shadows of despair. This act of joyful defiance is not mere frivolity, but a profound assertion of one's dominion over circumstance. Confucius would argue that the essence of this teaching lies in cultivating an inner harmony that transcends external tribulations, thereby transforming the very nature of the obstacle. It is through this alchemy of spirit that one can truly conquer adversity, for in the heart that finds joy amid strife, there lies an invincible strength. 9. By 3 methods we may learn wisdom. First, by reflection, which is noblest. Second, by imitation, which is easiest. And third, by experience, which is the bitterest. In the profound contemplations of Confucius, the journey towards wisdom is meticulously charted through 3 distinct avenues. Reflection, esteemed as the noblest, invites a deep introspection, a deliberate turning inwards to distill insights from the essence of one's thoughts and actions. Imitation, recognized for its ease, allows one to assimilate wisdom through the emulation of virtuous models, thus laying foundational stones upon the path of enlightenment. Experience, albeit the most arduous, serves as the crucible through which the raw ore of our encounters is refined into the pure gold of understanding. This tripartite path not only maps the ascent to sagacity, but also embodies the holistic approach to learning that Confucius advocated, a harmonious blend of thought, observation, and lived reality, each essential in cultivating a well-rounded and profound wisdom. 10. The man who chases 2 rabbits catches neither. Through the profound lens of Confucian thought, this adage encapsulates the virtue of focus in the perils of dispersion. Confucius would interpret this as a testament to the importance of dedication and singularity of purpose. In his teachings, the pursuit of multiple endeavors simultaneously is a path to folly, diluting one's efforts and leading to the failure of achieving excellence in any. It is a call to cultivate discipline, urging one to prioritize and invest wholeheartedly in one task before moving to the next. This wisdom highlights the essence of Zhongyong, the doctrine of the mean, advocating for balance and moderation. It serves as a reminder that in life, as in the pursuit of virtue and knowledge, the focused mind reaps the greatest rewards, embodying the Confucian ideal of harmony and efficacy in action. 11. Roads were made for journeys, not destinations. Through the profound lens of Confucian wisdom, this statement reflects the essence of life's journey as a process of continual learning and moral development. Confucius, with his deep commitment to personal growth and ethical living, would interpret roads as metaphors for the paths we undertake in our pursuit of virtue and enlightenment. Just as roads facilitate travel, not merely arriving, life's journey is about the experiences, challenges, and lessons learned along the way, rather than just the final goal. This perspective encourages a focus on the present, the cultivation of character, and the importance of navigating life's journey with integrity, compassion, and a reflective mind. It teaches us to value the journey itself with all its vicissitudes as the true essence of living. 12. No matter how busy you may think you are, you must find time for reading or surrender yourself to self-chosen ignorance. Through the lens of Confucius, this aphorism underscores the indispensable role of continuous learning and self-cultivation in one's life. To him, busyness should never be a barrier to the pursuit of wisdom. Reading, a conduit to knowledge, is paramount for personal growth and moral development. Confucius advocated for reflective learning as a means to achieve enlightenment and virtuous character. This principle emphasizes that neglecting the pursuit of knowledge is akin to willingly embracing ignorance. In Confucian thought, the journey towards self-improvement and understanding the world is lifelong. Therefore, dedicating time to read is not merely an educational activity, but a moral imperative to refine one's character, enrich the soul, and contribute meaningfully to society. 13. There is beauty in everything, but not everyone can see it. Through the contemplative lens of Confucius, this statement reflects the profound belief in the ubiquity of beauty, intertwined with the moral and intellectual development required to perceive it. Confucius teaches that beauty transcends mere aesthetics, embedding itself in the harmony of virtues, the righteousness of actions, and the balance in nature. However, the ability to discern such beauty demands cultivation of the self and enlightenment of the mind and soul. It's a journey of moral education where one learns to appreciate the subtleties of virtue and the elegance of simplicity. This philosophy underscores the idea that beauty is not a mere external observation, but a deep internal realization, accessible only through personal growth and wisdom. Thus, it is a testament to the belief that the essence of beauty lies in the elevation of one's ethical and intellectual vision. 14. Happiness is when you are understood. Great happiness is when you are loved. Real happiness is when you love. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this statement encapsulates the essence of human connection and moral development. Happiness, as understood by Confucius, stems from the harmony and understanding between individuals, reflecting a deep-seated communal and relational worldview. To be understood is to achieve harmony within one's social sphere, a fundamental aspect of contentment. Great happiness arises from being loved, which signifies the receipt of benevolence and respect from others, aligning with Confucian ideals of reciprocal relationships. However, real happiness transcends the self, found in the act of loving others. This act embodies the ultimate expression of Ren, or benevolence, the cornerstone of Confucian ethics. It underscores a selfless commitment to the welfare of others, fostering a virtuous cycle of kindness and compassion within society. Thus, Confucius teaches that the highest form of happiness is not merely in receiving love or understanding, but in the profound fulfillment derived from loving and serving others. 15. Learning without thought is labor lost. Thought without learning is perilous. In the reflective wisdom of Confucius, this adage illuminates the symbiotic essence of learning and thought. To engage in learning devoid of contemplation is to toil in vain, for knowledge without understanding bears no fruit. Conversely, to think without the foundation of learning is to navigate a treacherous path, as unanchored thoughts can lead to misguided conclusions. This principle advocates for a balanced harmony between acquiring knowledge and the critical examination of that knowledge. It underscores the importance of reflection in the learning process, ensuring that wisdom is not merely collected, but comprehended and applied. Thus, Confucius teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge must be coupled with thoughtful deliberation, a guiding principle for cultivating a life of depth, purpose, and insight. 16. The superior man is modest in his speech but exceeds in his actions. In the profound teachings of Confucius, this principle illuminates the path of the Yunzi, or superior man, who embodies humility and integrity. This axiom emphasizes the virtue of modesty in speech, suggesting that true wisdom and strength lie not in boastful words but in the silent power of actions. Confucius champions the idea that the essence of character and leadership is manifested through deeds rather than declarations. To him, the superior man understands that true merit and virtue are demonstrated through one's conduct and contributions to society rather than through self-aggrandizement. This philosophy encourages a life of sincerity, urging us to pursue excellence through action. thus nurturing a harmonious society built on respect, humility, and the unwavering commitment to moral principles. 17. It is easy to hate and it is difficult to love. This is how the whole scheme of things works. All good things are difficult to achieve, and bad things are very easy to get. Through the discerning lens of Confucius, this adage illuminates the path of virtue as arduous yet noble. To hate is simple, a path laid with the ease of yielding to base instincts, reflecting a lack of self-discipline and moral fortitude. To love, however, is to embark on a journey fraught with challenges, demanding patience, understanding, and the cultivation of inner harmony. Confucius teaches that the essence of goodness, like the pursuit of benevolence, righteousness, and propriety, requires deliberate effort and steadfast commitment. This dichotomy between ease and difficulty underpins the moral universe, guiding us towards self-improvement and societal harmony. In valuing what is hard to attain, we foster virtues that uplift not only the self, but also the collective, embodying the Confucian ideal of a harmonious society. 18. Sometimes we see a lot, but do not notice the main thing. Through the sagacious lens of Confucius, this statement reflects on the human condition of often overlooking the essence amidst the abundance of superficial observations. It underscores the philosophical doctrine that true wisdom lies not in the quantity of what is observed, but in the depth of understanding the fundamental truths of life. Confucius would argue that the path to enlightenment and moral virtue is achieved by discerning the main thing, the underlying principles that govern harmony and righteousness. This wisdom encourages us to cultivate an introspective vision that pierces through the trivial, urging us to focus on the core values of kindness, justice, and societal harmony. Thus, it is a call to refine our perception, to see beyond the apparent, and to grasp the profound nature of existence and human relationships. 19. Forget injuries, never forget kindness. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this dictum encapsulates the essence of humaneness and the foundational principle of ethical conduct. To forget injuries is to embody forgiveness, a virtue that liberates the heart from the shackles of resentment and fosters peace within one's soul. Conversely, to never forget kindness is to cultivate gratitude, recognizing and honoring the benevolence received from others. This teaching not only nurtures personal growth and inner harmony, but also strengthens the fabric of society by encouraging acts of kindness and empathy. Confucius posits that in the cultivation of such virtues lies the path to true nobility of character, urging us to transcend petty grievances and to cherish the bonds of humanity that unite us all. 20. The man who asks a question is a fool for a minute. The man who does not ask is a fool for life. Through the lens of Confucian wisdom, this maxim illuminates the virtue of humility and the ceaseless pursuit of knowledge. Confucius espouses that admitting one's ignorance momentarily by posing a question is a hallmark of wisdom, as it opens the path to enlightenment and growth. In contrast, the refusal to seek understanding, driven by pride or fear, condemns one to perpetual ignorance. This principle underlines the Confucian ideal of self-cultivation and the continuous journey towards moral and intellectual improvement. It celebrates curiosity and the courage to acknowledge one's limitations, positioning these traits as foundational to learning and personal development. Hence, it encapsulates the profound belief that the quest for knowledge is a lifelong endeavor, essential for the betterment of the self and society. 21. If someone wants to offend you greatly, then it is even worse for him. Through the sagacious lens of Confucius, this statement embodies the principles of morality and the natural law of retribution. It suggests that the act of causing great offense to another carries a heavier burden for the perpetrator. In Confucian thought, such actions disrupt the harmony and balance essential to societal order and personal integrity. The wrongdoing harms the offender's virtue and moral standing more profoundly than the immediate injury inflicted on the victim. This wisdom underscores the importance of cultivating benevolence, righteousness, and propriety in interactions, advocating for a life led by ethical principles. It serves as a caution against malicious actions, highlighting that the moral cost of harming others ultimately diminishes one's own character and spiritual well-being. 22. The one who offends you takes away your negative energy and gives you his positive energy. In the profound teachings of Confucius, this statement reflects the virtue of benevolence and the power of transformation through forgiveness. It suggests that when someone wrongs us, they inadvertently initiate a transfer of energies, absorbing our negativity and imparting their positivity. This process embodies the Confucian ideal of turning adversity into opportunity, urging us to rise above petty grievances and embrace a higher state of moral and emotional development. By forgiving those who offend us, we not only liberate ourselves from the burden of resentment, but also cultivate a spirit of compassion and understanding. This act of forgiveness, therefore, is not a sign of weakness, but a powerful testament to strength, embodying the wisdom that true harmony arises not from the absence of conflict, but from the transformative power of benevolent action. 23. Three things never come back: time, word, and opportunity. Therefore, do not waste time, choose words wisely, and do not miss the opportunity. In the profound teachings of Confucius, this wisdom emphasizes the invaluable nature of time, speech, and opportunity, reflecting his ethos on ethical living and mindfulness. Time, once past, eludes capture, urging us to cherish each moment. Words once spoken cannot be retracted, highlighting the importance of thoughtful communication. Opportunity, fleeting and rare, demands vigilance to seize it. Confucius would see this as a call to live with intention, to cultivate virtue, and to act with deliberation. It is a lesson in the art of living wisely, advocating for a life that balances reflection with action, ensuring that our time is spent meaningfully. Our words contribute to harmony, and our actions seize the moments that fate presents, thus leading a life that is not only beneficial to oneself, but also to society at large. 24. You cannot open a book without learning something. Through the lens of Confucius, this statement embodies the reverence for learning and the perpetual journey of self-cultivation. It asserts that the act of engaging with a book in any capacity is inherently enriching, illuminating the path to wisdom. Confucius championed the idea that knowledge is boundless and accessible, where even the simplest act of reading can unlock profound insights. This perspective fosters a mindset of humility and curiosity, encouraging the seeker to embrace every opportunity for learning as a step towards enlightenment. It underscores the belief that wisdom is not the sole province of the elite, but a treasure available to all who seek it with an open heart and mind. And thus, it is a call to lifelong learning and a reminder of the transformative power of education in shaping one's character and destiny. 25. If they spit at you behind your back, it means you're ahead of them. Through the lens of Confucian philosophy, this proverb illuminates the virtue of resilience amidst adversity. Confucius, emphasizing harmony, righteousness, and moral integrity, would perceive this act of spite as a testament to one's forward path, surpassing those who resort to disparagement. This scenario is not merely about physical positioning, but reflects a deeper moral high ground. It signifies that by focusing on one's own ethical and personal development, criticism and negativity from others become irrelevant. In essence, it underscores the principle that true progress and leadership are often met with resistance, but maintaining one's virtues and continuing on the righteous path ultimately sets one apart. Thus, it teaches the importance of self-improvement and dignity, regardless of others' actions or opinions. 26. We have two lives, and the second begins when we realize we only have one. In the reflective philosophy of Confucius, this aphorism encapsulates the journey towards enlightenment and self-awareness. It speaks to the dual phases of existence, one of unconscious living, dictated by routine and external expectations, and the second, which dawns with the profound realization of life's finite nature. Confucius would interpret this awakening as the pivotal moment when one starts to live with purpose, embodying virtues like righteousness, wisdom, and propriety. This realization prompts a shift towards intentional action, cultivating one's character and relationships with others in harmony with the way, Tao. Therefore, the essence of this wisdom lies in recognizing the singular opportunity of life, urging us to live it with sincerity, moral integrity, and a mindful appreciation of our roles within the tapestry of society. 27. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves. In the profound wisdom of Confucius, this adage encapsulates the ethical and moral consequences of pursuing vengeance. It serves as a poignant reminder that the act of revenge is a double-edged sword, harming both the seeker and the target. Confucius, advocating for harmony, righteousness, and personal growth, would interpret this maxim as a caution against the corrosive nature of revenge on one's soul and the fabric of society. It underscores the importance of forgiveness and the value of pursuing justice through right means. This philosophy encourages reflection and restraint, urging individuals to consider the broader impact of their actions on themselves and their community, thereby promoting a life led by virtue and wisdom rather than being consumed by the destructive cycle of retaliation. 28. There are 1,000 lessons in defeat, but only one in victory. Through the contemplative lens of Confucius, this statement extols the virtue of reflection and growth in the face of adversity. In defeat, a myriad of lessons emerge, each one a beacon guiding towards self-improvement and wisdom. Confucius would argue that failure is not a pitfall, but a pivotal step on the path to enlightenment, encouraging introspection, resilience, and the cultivation of virtue. Victory, while sweet, offers a singular lesson, the confirmation of one's methods and abilities. However, it is in the crucible of defeat that the true depth of understanding and character is forged. This philosophy underscores the importance of embracing challenges as opportunities for growth, emphasizing that the greatest teacher is often experienced through our setbacks, not our triumphs. 29. We take greater pains to persuade others that we are happy than endeavoring to think so ourselves. In the profound teachings of Confucius, this observation reflects the dissonance between outward appearances and inner tranquility. It underscores the human tendency to prioritize societal perceptions over genuine self-contentment. Confucius would argue that true happiness emerges not from the validation of others, but from the harmony within oneself, achieved through self-reflection, virtue, and adherence to the Tao way. This pursuit of external approval is a misguided path, detracting from the essence of personal fulfillment. He would advocate for a life of simplicity, integrity, and respect for the natural order, emphasizing that the key to genuine happiness lies in cultivating one's moral character and inner peace, rather than in the futile endeavor to project an image of contentment to the world. 30. A healthy man wants 1,000 things. A sick man only wants one. In the profound wisdom of Confucius, this saying illuminates the essence of human desires and the clarity brought by adversity. To the healthy man, abundant in vitality, the world offers a multitude of pursuits and pleasures, his heart wandering amidst desires as vast as the sea. Yet in illness, all complexities fade, converging into a singular yearning for health. This shift from plurality to singularity reflects Confucius's teachings on prioritization and the nature of true necessity. It underscores the idea that only in moments of vulnerability do we discern the fundamental from the frivolous. Thus, this wisdom serves as a reminder to cherish simplicity and to focus on what truly matters in life, advocating for a harmonious balance between our desires and our well-being, aligning with the Confucian pursuit of moral and internal harmony. 31. Learn as if you were not reaching your goal and as though you were scared of missing it. In the profound wisdom of Confucius, this saying embodies the essence of lifelong learning and humility. To learn as if never reaching one's goal suggests an endless pursuit of knowledge, embodying the ideal of constant self-improvement and growth. This perspective fosters a deep-rooted dedication to learning, irrespective of one's achievements or status. Conversely, The fear of missing the goal instills a sense of urgency and respect for the learning process, emphasizing diligence and perseverance. Confucius teaches us that true wisdom lies in the recognition of our perpetual studenthood, encouraging us to approach our studies with both the humility of one who knows little and the fervor of one striving to know all. This duality ensures a balance between complacency and anxiety, guiding us towards meaningful and sustained intellectual engagement. 32. Work on clearing your thoughts. If you do not have bad thoughts, there will be no bad deeds. Through the profound lens of Confucian wisdom, this adage serves as a beacon for moral cultivation and inner tranquility. Kong Tu teaches that the essence of virtue begins in the sanctity of one's thoughts. Like a gardener who diligently weeds his plot to foster the growth of blossoming flora, so must one tend to the garden of the mind. By nurturing purity in thought, we preemptively stem the tide of malevolence, ensuring that actions born from such a wellspring are inherently good. This principle underscores the foundational belief in the transformative power of self-reflection and the cultivation of virtue. In essence, it is a call to introspection, urging us to forge a path of righteousness through the vigilant guardianship of our thoughts, thereby shaping our deeds and destiny. 33. The man who says he can and the man who says he cannot are both correct. Through the lens of Confucian wisdom, this statement encapsulates the profound influence of self-belief and mindset on one's destiny. Confucius taught the importance of internal harmony and the power of the self in shaping reality. To him, the declaration of can or cannot is not merely an expression of ability, but a reflection of one's inner world and moral resolve. The man who believes in his capacity to overcome obstacles embodies the virtues of perseverance and self-improvement, central to Confucian thought. Conversely, the one who doubts his abilities succumbs to his own limitations, forsaking the path of growth and enlightenment. Thus, Confucius would see in these words a call to cultivate a positive, resilient spirit, for in the realm of the mind, belief molds one's journey and outcome. 34. Learn as if you constantly feel you lack your knowledge and as if you are constantly afraid of losing your knowledge. In the profound insights of Confucius, this teaching encapsulates the essence of humility and the perpetual journey of learning. It implores one to approach knowledge with a sense of insufficiency and trepidation, as though it were a precious gem slipping through one's fingers. This perspective fosters a relentless pursuit of wisdom, urging the learner to remain both a student in spirit and vigilant guardian of acquired insights. Confucius posits that true enlightenment stems from recognizing the vast expanse of one's ignorance, thereby kindling an unquenchable thirst for understanding. It underscores the importance of diligent study in the wisdom and fearing complacency, advocating for a life dedicated to continuous improvement and the humble acknowledgement of our perpetual need to grow. 35. Don't criticize your neighbor's roof for a lot of snow when your door is not clean. In the wisdom of Confucius, this adage serves as a poignant reminder of self-reflection and humility in judgment. It speaks to the principle of focusing on one's own faults before scrutinizing others, a cornerstone of Confucian ethics. The metaphor of snow on a neighbor's roof and dirt at one's own doorstep symbolizes the imperfections and shortcomings that dwell within us all. Confucius teaches that moral integrity and personal improvement are paramount, advocating for introspection and self-correction. By cleansing our own doorsteps, we cultivate virtue and harmony, fostering a community where criticism is replaced with mutual respect and understanding. This philosophy underscores the importance of empathy and personal accountability in the pursuit of a just and moral society. 36. If you hate, then you have been defeated. In the sagacious philosophy of Confucius, this statement illuminates the corrosive nature of hatred within the human heart. Confucius taught that virtues such as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness are the pillars of a harmonious society. Hatred, then, is a deviation from these virtues, signifying a defeat not by an external adversary, but by one's own inner turmoil. It suggests that when one succumbs to hatred, They have lost the battle against their lower self, forsaking the path of moral rectitude and inner peace. This wisdom underscores the importance of mastering one's emotions and cultivating a spirit of forgiveness and understanding, as the true measure of victory lies in conquering oneself and living in harmony with others. 3037. Worry not that no one knows you. Seek to be worth knowing. In the profound ethos of Confucius, this aphorism encapsulates the virtue of self-cultivation over the quest for recognition. It urges the individual to prioritize intrinsic worth and moral integrity rather than external validation. This principle reflects the Confucian ideal that true excellence and virtue are inherently valuable, irrespective of public acclaim. By focusing on becoming a person of substance and character, one naturally attracts the esteem and acknowledgement of others. This wisdom advocates for a life dedicated to personal growth, ethical conduct, and the pursuit of knowledge, suggesting that the most meaningful accolade is the respect earned through one's actions and moral standing. In essence, it teaches that the path to lasting recognition is through being genuinely worthy of it, illuminating the importance of inner development over superficial fame. 38. It is more shameful to distrust our friends than to be deceived by them. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this statement underscores the sanctity of trust as a cornerstone of human relationships. It emphasizes that the act of doubting friends inflicts a deeper moral injury upon oneself than the pain experienced from being betrayed. Confucius advocates for a life led by virtue, where the integrity of one's character and the value of trustworthiness are paramount. To suspect a friend is to erode the very foundation of harmony and respect that sustains societal bonds. In his teachings, the ideal society is built on unwavering mutual respect and trust, even at the risk of occasional deception. This principle encourages us to cultivate a benevolent heart and a forgiving spirit, prioritizing the preservation of trust over the skepticism that may lead to isolation and discord. 39. He who flatters a man is his enemy. He who tells him of his faults is his maker. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this statement illuminates the essence of virtuous guidance and the significance of sincere counsel. To flatter someone is akin to nurturing illusion, a disservice masquerading as friendship, leading one away from the path of self-improvement and truth. In contrast, he who reveals faults acts as a craftsman, shaping the character and spirit through the honest mirror of constructive criticism. Such actions embody the Confucian ideal of benevolence and righteousness, fostering growth and wisdom. It underscores the value of hard truths over pleasant falsehoods, positing genuine feedback as the cornerstone of moral development and personal enlightenment. This wisdom advocates for relationships built on integrity, where the greatest kindness lies in helping others to cultivate virtue and achieve their highest potential. 40. To see what is right to not do it is the worst cowardice. Through the profound lens of Confucian philosophy, this statement underscores the paramount importance of moral courage and integrity. In the eyes of Confucius, recognizing righteousness yet failing to act upon it represents the utmost form of cowardice. This principle is not merely an observation of ethical lapse, but a call to moral action. It embodies the Confucian ideal that knowledge and virtue are intertwined, where true wisdom comes from applying ethical principles in our actions. To Confucius, ethical conduct and the courage to uphold righteousness in the face of adversity are the foundations of character and society. Thus, this admonition serves as a timeless reminder that the essence of moral fortitude lies not just in discerning the right path, but in the unwavering commitment to walk it. 41. When anger rises, think of the consequences. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this adage serves as a beacon of wisdom, advocating for self-control and foresight. It is a call to harness our most primal emotions and reflect upon the future repercussions of our actions. Confucius teaches that anger, while a natural human emotion, must be met with contemplation and restraint. This principle is not merely about avoiding immediate conflict, but about cultivating a life of harmony and balance. By considering the consequences of our anger, we engage in an act of ethical reflection, aspiring towards the higher virtues of empathy and understanding. This guidance encourages us to transcend our transient emotions and align our actions with the greater good, embodying the true essence of moral wisdom and humaneness. 42. The funniest people are the saddest ones. Through the lens of Confucian wisdom, this statement reflects on the profound interconnection between external joy and internal sorrow. Confucius would interpret this as an illustration of the human condition, where those who bring laughter and joy to others often mask their own depths of sadness. This paradox highlights the virtue of altruism and selflessness, as the funniest people sacrifice their own well-being to uplift others. It serves as a reminder of the importance of empathy and understanding, urging us to look beyond surface appearances. Confucius would emphasize the balance in acknowledging our own sorrows while contributing to the happiness of others, ultimately advocating for a harmonious society where individuals support one another's emotional well-being. 43. The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. In the philosophical teachings of Confucius, this aphorism illuminates the virtue of perseverance in incremental progress. It embodies the Confucian ideal that monumental achievements stem from humble beginnings and steadfast diligence. Each small stone represents the foundational steps towards wisdom and ethical living, signifying that no endeavor, no matter how daunting, is beyond reach if approached with patience and persistence. This principle underscores the importance of cultivating virtues and knowledge gradually through consistent effort and reflection. It serves as a metaphor for personal development and societal improvement, advocating for the transformative power of gradual, consistent actions in achieving the greater good. In essence, it is a call to embrace the journey of self-improvement and societal contribution, one small, deliberate step at a time. 44. We accept advice in drops but distribute it in buckets. In the profound reflections of Confucius, this observation speaks to the human condition and the virtues of humility and wisdom. We as vessels are eager to dispense our insights in abundance, yet when it comes to receiving wisdom, our capacity diminishes, accepting only in scant measures. This dichotomy reveals a fundamental truth about self-awareness and growth. Confucius would argue that true enlightenment and harmony are achieved not by the volume of advice we give, but by the depth of understanding and openness with which we receive. It underscores the importance of cultivating a reflective and receptive heart, one that values the wisdom of others as greatly as it cherishes sharing its own. In essence, it calls for a balance between teaching and learning, reminding us that the path to wisdom is a two-way street. 45. What you do not want done to yourself, do not do to others. Through the profound lens of Confucius, this maxim serves as the cornerstone of ethical conduct, encapsulating the essence of empathy and moral reciprocity. It beckons us to transcend our own perspectives, urging a deep introspection into our actions towards others. This principle not only fosters harmonious relationships, but also cultivates a society grounded in mutual respect and understanding. By embodying this tenet, we are guided to reflect on our intentions and actions, ensuring they align with the virtue of benevolence. It teaches that true wisdom lies not in the pursuit of self-interest, but in the consideration for the well-being of others, thus weaving the fabric of a compassionate and orderly society. This timeless wisdom underscores the interconnectedness of humanity, reminding us that the foundation of ethical living is treating others as we ourselves wish to be treated. 46. Study the past if you would define the future. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this statement encapsulates the essence of wisdom and foresight. To delve into history is not merely an academic endeavor, but a vital process of self-cultivation and understanding. By examining the events, decisions, and outcomes of yore, one gains insight into the nature of humanity, the consequences of actions, and the threads that weave the fabric of society. This reflective journey allows one to discern patterns, learn from the triumphs and failures of predecessors, and cultivate virtues. Thus, in shaping the future, Confucius posits that our best guide is the accumulated wisdom of the past. It is through this lens of historical context that one can envisage a future that is informed, enlightened, and virtuous, fostering a society that upholds harmony, ethical conduct, and moral rectitude. 47. Life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. Through the discerning lens of Confucius, this statement reflects the essence of human nature and the societal constructs that cloud our judgment. At its core, life embodies simplicity, a path aligned with virtue, ethics, and harmony. However, humans in their quest for wealth, status, and external validation entangle themselves in a web of complexities. Confucius would argue that by adhering to the principles of righteousness, filial piety, and benevolence, one can navigate life's journey with ease and grace. The complication arises not from life itself, but from the desires and ambitions that distract us from our true purpose. By embracing simplicity, we return to our natural state, fostering peace within ourselves and with the world around us, thus living in accordance with the Tao or the Way. 48. Think of tomorrow. The past can't be mended. Through the profound lens of Confucius, this adage implores us to embrace the wisdom of forward thinking. In his teachings, the emphasis on learning from the past to cultivate a better future is paramount. Think of tomorrow, the past can't be mended, serves as a poignant reminder that while history remains immutable, its lessons are the seeds from which the future's wisdom blossoms. Confucius advocated for reflection, not for the sake of lamentation, but as a conduit for personal and societal betterment. This philosophy underscores the importance of foresight in the cultivation of virtue, encouraging us to focus our energies on the potential for improvement and growth. In essence, it is a call to action, urging us to forge ahead with enlightenment drawn from the past, shaping a future aligned with the principles of harmony and moral integrity. 49. Give a bowl of rice to a man and you will feed him for a day. Teach him to grow his own rice and you will save his life. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this teaching embodies the essence of empowerment and wisdom. To merely provide a bowl of rice is a temporary solution, addressing the immediate hunger but not the root cause. In contrast, teaching a man to cultivate rice transcends the immediate, planting the seeds of self-sufficiency and independence. This wisdom underscores the importance of education and skill acquisition for lasting well-being and societal harmony. Confucius championed the development of virtues and practical skills as foundations for a fulfilling life in a stable society. Thus, this principle illuminates the path to true benevolence and sustainability, emphasizing that the greatest gift one can offer is the empowerment through knowledge, leading to self-reliance and enduring prosperity. 50. It does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you do not stop. In the contemplative wisdom of Confucius, this adage embodies the virtue of perseverance and the essence of moral progress. It suggests that the journey towards self-improvement and enlightenment is not defined by the swiftness of one's pace, but by the unwavering commitment to continue despite obstacles. Confucius teaches that true growth lies in enduring resilience and the patient pursuit of virtue, rather than the fleeting triumphs of rapid advancement. This principle champions the steadfast dedication to personal development, emphasizing that the slow, deliberate path often leads to deeper understanding and lasting fulfillment. It celebrates the courage to persist, advocating that the noblest victories are won not by speed, but by the strength of one's character to persevere in the face of adversity. 51. It is better to light one small candle than to curse the darkness. In the profound philosophy of Confucius, this adage epitomizes the virtue of proactive benevolence over passive despair. Lighting a single candle amidst darkness serves as a metaphor for the transformative power of initiating positive change, however minor, rather than yielding to pessimism. Confucius teaches that in the pursuit of harmony and enlightenment, Even the smallest act of kindness or effort to improve a situation illuminates the path for oneself and others. This principle underscores the importance of personal responsibility in fostering a better world, advocating for action that contributes to the collective good. It embodies the Confucian ideal that moral integrity and the pursuit of righteousness light the way through life's moral darkness, inspiring a ripple effect of goodness through society. 52. Your life is what your thoughts make it. In the reflective wisdom of Confucius, this statement embodies the profound belief in the power of self-cultivation and introspection. He taught that the essence of one's existence is sculpted by the quality and nature of their thoughts. This principle underscores the Confucian ideal that moral integrity and virtuous living are the foundation of personal and societal well-being. By nurturing benevolent thoughts, individuals forge a path of righteousness and harmony. This philosophy emphasizes the transformative power of the mind in shaping one's destiny, advocating for deliberate contemplation and ethical conduct. Thus, it mirrors the Confucian conviction that to elevate one's life, one must first refine their thoughts, for they are the architects of reality. 53. Respect yourself, and others will respect you. In the profound teachings of Confucius, this axiom serves as a cornerstone of moral philosophy, emphasizing the intrinsic link between self-respect and the respect one receives from others. To Confucius, respecting oneself is not merely an act of self-esteem, but a manifestation of virtue, integrity, and the cultivation of one's character. This internal dignity acts as a beacon, compelling others to recognize and mirror that respect. It underscores the principle that external regard is a reflection of one's inner worth and moral standing. Confucius posits that by fostering virtues such as sincerity, benevolence, and righteousness within oneself, one naturally commands respect from others, thus harmonizing individual conduct with social harmony. In essence, this wisdom encapsulates the belief that the foundation of societal respect begins with the individual's commitment to ethical self-improvement and moral rectitude. 54. If you make a mistake and do not correct it, this is called a mistake. Through the profound lens of Confucius, this statement delves into the essence of human morality and ethical conduct. It embodies the principle that acknowledging and rectifying one's errors is fundamental to personal growth and integrity. Confucius champions the cultivation of virtue and wisdom, emphasizing that to err is human, but to persist in error without seeking amendment is folly. This wisdom transcends mere acknowledgement of wrongdoing, advocating for a conscious effort towards correction and improvement. It underscores the importance of self-reflection and accountability in one's moral and intellectual development. Thus, in the journey of self-cultivation, recognizing and amending one's mistakes is not only an act of rectitude, but a pivotal step towards achieving greater understanding and harmony within oneself and with the world. 55. A long absence of sex turns a person into a neurotic. In the reflective wisdom of Confucius, this statement underscores the harmony of human needs and the importance of balance in life. Confucius might interpret such an absence not merely in physical terms, but as a symbol of lacking intimate connections, which are essential for emotional and psychological equilibrium. In his view, the essence of being human is found in the meaningful relationships we cultivate, which contribute to our moral and mental development. A deprivation of such connections, including the deep intimacy that can come from a sexual bond, may lead to an imbalance, manifesting as neurosis or distress. Confucius would advocate for a life of moderation in the middle way, where fulfilling human relationships are a critical component of a well-rounded and virtuous life, leading to harmony within oneself and in society. 56. Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Through the profound lens of Confucian philosophy, this adage embodies the virtue of resilience and moral growth. Confucius teaches that the essence of human excellence lies not in the avoidance of failure, but in the steadfast resolve to rise after each fall. This principle champions the journey of self-improvement and learning through adversity. It encourages embracing failures as pivotal moments for introspection, learning, and moral fortification. In Confucian thought, the path to wisdom and virtue is iterative, marked by continuous self-refinement. The greatest glory, therefore, is found in our capacity to recover with grace, to learn from our missteps, and to persist with unwavering determination. This mirrors the Confucian ideal of becoming a junzi, or noble person, who is distinguished not by their invulnerability to error, but by their ethical resilience and moral courage. 57. The more you don't have sex, the less you want it. Through the lens of Confucian wisdom, this statement reflects on the cultivation of self-discipline and the mastery of desires. Confucius, advocating for harmony and balance, would see the abstention from sexual desires not as deprivation, but as a path towards higher moral and spiritual fulfillment. This principle aligns with his teachings on moderation and the regulation of one's emotions and appetites. By exercising restraint, one cultivates inner strength and virtue, thus finding contentment and peace within oneself rather than seeking external gratifications. In essence, this process of self-refinement and focus on personal development leads to a diminished craving for physical pleasures, highlighting the Confucian ideal of achieving harmony between the physical and spiritual aspects of one's being. 58. Choose a job you love, and you will never have to work a day in your life. Through the lens of Confucius, this adage encapsulates the essence of harmonizing one's inner passion with their external endeavors. It speaks to the profound Confucian principle of Zhengming, rectifying names, implying that when one's occupation aligns with their heart's true calling, their labor transcends mere work and becomes an extension of their being. In this unity, every task is imbued with joy and purpose, eradicating the drudgery associated with work. Confucius advocated for self-cultivation and pursuing a path that not only benefits oneself, but also serves the greater good. Thus, choosing a job one loves is not just about personal fulfillment, but about contributing to societal harmony, reflecting a deep understanding of one's role in the world and fulfilling it with enthusiasm and dedication. Lao Tzu's philosophy promotes harmony, simplicity, and the natural order of things. Embracing his teachings encourages a peaceful, balanced lifestyle, fostering personal growth and understanding. Learning from Lao Tzu, one cultivates wisdom, reduces stress, and achieves greater happiness. It encourages a life of humility, compassion, and non-contention. Following Lao Tzu's path, individuals learn to flow with life's challenges, embracing change as an opportunity for growth. It's a timeless wisdom, offering insights into leading a contented, fulfilled life. Let's all explore Lao Tzu's teachings to find inner peace and wisdom. 1. If you are depressed, you are living in the past. If you are anxious, you are living in the future. If you are at peace, you are living in the present. In the wisdom of the Tao, we perceive time not as a mere sequence, but as the essence of our inner experiences. The sage teaches, if you are depressed, you are living in the past, illuminating that sorrow is often born from clinging to what has already slipped away, to moments that are beyond our reach. This attachment to the past clouds our vision, preventing us from seeing the beauty and potential of the now. Conversely, if you are anxious, you are living in the future, speaks to the unease that arises when our minds wander into the realm of tomorrow, a land of uncertainty and endless possibilities. This forward-looking worry distracts us from the present, where our true power lies. Finally, if you are at peace, you are living in the present, encapsulates the Taoist ideal of harmony with the moment. It is in the present that we find tranquility, for it is the only realm in which we truly exist, can act, and find serenity. To live in the present is to embrace the flow of life, accepting its ebbs and flows with equanimity, thus embodying the wisdom of Lao Tzu in our daily lives. 2. If you are alone for a long time, soon you will accept loneliness. You will never know your potential if you are afraid to be alone. In the solitude of our being, we encounter the depths of our own nature. If you are alone for a long time, soon you will accept loneliness. speaks to the human capacity to adapt and find peace in solitude. This acceptance is not resignation, but an embrace of solitude as a state of being, where the noise of the external world fades and the inner voice becomes clear. It is in these moments of quietude that we are invited to reflect, to grow, and to understand ourselves more deeply. Conversely, "You will never know your potential if you are afraid to be alone" illuminates the necessity of facing solitude to uncover the vastness of our capabilities. Fear of being alone often stems from the discomfort of confronting our true selves, yet it is precisely this confrontation that leads to self-discovery and the realization of our latent potential. Thus, Lao Tzu would counsel us to view solitude not as a void to be feared, but as a fertile ground for personal growth and self-realization, where the seeds of our true potential can be sown and nurtured. 3. To lead people, follow them. In the wisdom of Lao Tzu, to lead people, follow them, reveals a profound understanding of leadership grounded in humility and empathy. This paradoxical statement emphasizes that true leadership is not about imposing one's will or marching ahead alone, but about understanding and respecting the needs, aspirations, and journey of those one aims to lead. By following the people, a leader listens, learns, and acknowledges the collective wisdom of the group, thereby fostering a sense of mutual respect and cooperation. This approach cultivates a more harmonious and effective leadership style, where the leader becomes a facilitator of growth rather than a dictator of direction. It's about guiding with a gentle hand, allowing the natural flow of ideas and energy within the group to direct the course, ensuring that the path forward is aligned with the collective vision and values of the people. In essence, to lead by following is to empower, to illuminate the way by walking alongside others, nurturing an environment where everyone feels valued and part of the journey. 4. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, and compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. In the essence of Taoist wisdom, the teaching, "I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, and compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures," encapsulates a profound guidance for a fulfilling life. Simplicity urges us to strip away the unnecessary, to live with minimalism and focus on what truly matters, fostering a life of clarity and contentment. This virtue teaches us to appreciate the beauty in the ordinary, to reduce complexities, and to find peace in the essentials. Patience, the second treasure, cultivates the strength to endure life's challenges with grace. It teaches us to embrace the journey without succumbing to the frustrations of the moment, understanding that time reveals all outcomes. Through patience, we learn to navigate the flow of life with tranquility, awaiting the natural unfoldment of events. Lastly, compassion, the heart of Taoist teachings, calls us to extend kindness and understanding to all beings. It reminds us that in the interconnectedness of life, the act of compassion enriches not only others, but nourishes our own souls, knitting the fabric of the community with threads of empathy and love. Together, simplicity, patience, and compassion form the cornerstone of a wise and harmonious existence, guiding us towards inner peace and outward harmony with the world. 5. What the caterpillar calls the end, the rest of the world calls a butterfly. In this profound observation, Lao Tzu might elucidate that what the caterpillar calls the end, the rest of the world calls a butterfly, to highlight the transformative power of perspective and the cyclical nature of existence. The caterpillar's end signifies a moment of profound transformation, a transition that appears as a finale from one viewpoint but is in fact the precursor to a new beginning. This phase, which the caterpillar might perceive as the culmination of its existence, is merely a stage in the broader process of metamorphosis leading to the emergence of a butterfly. This teaching illuminates the Taoist understanding of change as an intrinsic aspect of life, encouraging us to embrace the unknown and the potential for renewal inherent in every conclusion. It suggests that endings are not absolute, but are perspectives from which new beginnings are often invisible. The butterfly symbolizes liberation, beauty, and the transcendence over prior limitations, serving as a metaphor for the human capacity to undergo profound transformations and emerge anew. Through this wisdom, Lao Tzu invites us to reconsider our perceptions of endings, encouraging us to view them not as terminations, but as gateways to new states of being, reminding us of the perpetual possibility for growth and rebirth that lies within the cycles of nature and life. This teaching illuminates the Taoist understanding of change as an intrinsic aspect of life, encouraging us to embrace the unknown and the potential for renewal inherent in every conclusion. It suggests that endings are not absolute, but are perspectives from which new beginnings are often invisible. The butterfly symbolizes liberation, beauty, and the transcendence over prior limitations, serving as a metaphor for the human capacity to undergo profound transformations and emerge anew. Through this wisdom, Lao Tzu invites us to reconsider our perceptions of endings, encouraging us to view them not as terminations, but as gateways to new states of being, reminding us of the perpetual possibility for growth and rebirth that lies within the cycles of nature and life. 6. He who is satisfied with his lot is rich. In the sage wisdom of Lao Tzu, the phrase, "he who is satisfied with his lot is rich," delves deep into the essence of contentment and the true nature of wealth. The notion of being satisfied with his lot speaks to a profound acceptance and appreciation of what one has in the present moment, irrespective of its magnitude by conventional standards. This satisfaction is not born of complacency, but of a deep-seated understanding that true abundance comes from within, from a state of inner peace and contentment with one's circumstances, achievements, and possessions, however modest they may be. The term rich here transcends the materialistic interpretation of wealth, pointing instead to a richness of spirit and a wealth of inner tranquility. It suggests that the richest individuals are not necessarily those with the most material possessions, but those who have cultivated a sense of contentment and gratitude for their life's journey. This wisdom encourages us to reevaluate our measures of success and wealth, guiding us towards an inner fulfillment that is independent of external validation or material accumulation. 7. The wise man is one who knows what he does not know. In the wisdom of Lao Tzu, the saying, "The wise man is one who knows what he does not know," unveils the essence of true wisdom. This paradoxical statement highlights the virtue of humility and the perpetual quest for knowledge. The wise man refers to an individual who, despite his understanding and experience, recognizes the vastness of the unknown. This acknowledgement of ignorance is not a deficiency, but a strength. It is the driving force behind continuous learning and personal growth. Such a person is open to new ideas, willing to question and explore, and thus remains adaptable and evolving. This wisdom transcends mere acquisition of facts. It embodies a deeper, intuitive understanding of life's complexities and an acceptance of the limits of one's knowledge. In essence, it teaches that the foundation of wisdom is the awareness of our own limitations and the infinite potential for discovery that lies beyond them. 8. Get rid of the desire to have. In the essence of Taoist wisdom, get rid of the desire to have serves as a profound directive towards achieving inner peace and harmony. This statement encourages us to confront and release the incessant longing for possessions and external validations that often entangle our spirits. The desire to have signifies the endless chase after material gains and societal accolades, which, though momentarily satisfying, can lead to a perpetual state of wanting and dissatisfaction. By advocating the removal of such desires, Lao Tzu guides us towards a path of simplicity and contentment, emphasizing the value of being over having. This liberation from materialistic cravings allows us to find fulfillment in the essence of our being and the richness of our experiences, rather than in the accumulation of possessions. Through this teaching, we are invited to cultivate a sense of gratitude for what we already possess and to seek joy in the simplicity and profundity of life itself, thereby fostering a deeper connection with the Tao or the Way. 9. When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be. In the essence of Taoist wisdom, when I let go of what I am, I become what I might be, speaks to the liberating power of releasing our current selves to embrace our potential. The what I am symbolizes our present identity, shaped by past experiences, beliefs, and limitations. Clinging to this identity can confine us, preventing growth and exploration of new possibilities. The act of letting go is not about discarding our essence, but about releasing the rigid definitions and constraints we place upon ourselves. It's an invitation to transcend the known and venture into the uncharted territory of our being. The what I might be represents the boundless potential that unfolds when we are not tethered to a fixed sense of self. This teaching encourages us to embrace change, to be fluid and open to transformation. It is a reminder that in the fluidity of existence, our true potential is not a fixed point, but a horizon ever expanding as we dare to move beyond our current limitations. 10. Soft and weak wins over hard and strong. In the flowing wisdom of Tao, the principle soft and weak wins over hard and strong unveils the paradoxical power of yielding and resilience over force and rigidity. This teaching, profound in its simplicity, elucidates that true strength does not reside in brute force, but in the gentle persistence and adaptable nature of softness. The softness, akin to water, illustrates how persistence and adaptability can overcome the rigid and unyielding. Water can shape stone not through force, but through its patient and persistent flow. The weak here does not imply a lack of strength, but an embracing of flexibility and the capacity to endure by bending rather than breaking. This wisdom counsels in life's adversities, being like water, flowing around obstacles, adapting to the shape of circumstances, and persisting gently over time, ultimately leads to triumph over what seems insurmountably hard and strong. Through this, Lao Tzu teaches the virtue of harnessing the inherent power of gentleness and resilience to navigate the complexities of existence. 11. When true virtue is lost, good nature appears. When good nature is lost, justice appears. When justice is lost, decency appears. The rules of decency are only the semblance of truth in the beginning of all disorder. Lao Tzu's wisdom unfolds in layers, revealing the degradation of society's moral fabrics through this profound sequence. At its pinnacle, true virtue operates silently, guiding beings without the need for explicit acknowledgement. It's a state of harmony where actions are innately aligned with the Tao, the natural way. As this intrinsic alignment erodes, good nature becomes visible. A step removed from virtue, it denotes a conscious effort to be kind, signaling the start of disconnection from our natural goodness. Following this, justice emerges as a system to enforce what was once spontaneous, indicating a further departure from virtue. Justice, being an external imposition, suggests a significant loss of mutual trust and inherent goodness. Decency, the last vestige, is the thinnest facade of social harmony, a superficial adherence to norms devoid of genuine understanding or compassion. It marks the brink of societal chaos, where the absence of true virtue manifests as a reliance on external rules that mimic but cannot replicate the order and peace fostered by living in accordance with the Tao. Thus, Lao Tzu illustrates a progressive decline from an innate, unspoken truth to a reliance on artificial constructs, forewarning the onset of disorder. 12. True words are not pleasant. Pleasant words are not true. In the tapestry of wisdom, Lao Tzu weaves, true words are not pleasant. Pleasant words are not true. Serves as a profound meditation on the nature of truth and comfort. This teaching invites us to confront the reality that truth, in its purest form, often carries the weight of discomfort, challenging our preconceptions and urging growth. It is a testament to the fact that genuine insight and honesty can disrupt the tranquility of ignorance or denial. Conversely, words designed solely to please are frequently devoid of substance, tailored to appease rather than enlighten. This dichotomy underscores the value of authenticity over superficiality, encouraging a pursuit of what is real rather than what is merely agreeable. It is a call to embrace the often unsettling journey of genuine understanding, recognizing that the path to wisdom is paved with truths that may initially disconcert, but ultimately liberate. 13. Live for the praise of others, and you will become their prisoner. Embarking on a path guided solely by the pursuit of others' accolades ensnares the spirit. As Lao Tzu might counsel, live for the praise of others, and you will become their prisoner, serves as a profound admonition against anchoring one's worth and actions to the fleeting approval of the external world. The initial clause, live for the praise of others, highlights the peril of allowing external validation to dictate one's course, suggesting a relinquishment of personal autonomy and authentic desire. This reliance transforms into a metaphorical incarceration, as signified by, you will become their prisoner, illustrating how such dependency curtails freedom, compelling one to perform in a perpetual cycle of expectation and approval-seeking. This wisdom implores us to cultivate inner validation and live by our truths, thereby liberating ourselves from the confines of external judgment and living a life of true freedom and self-determination. 14. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. In the profound wisdom of Tao, the adage, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, reveals the essence of all endeavors, teaching that great distances and ambitious goals are conquered not in one grand leap, but through the accumulation of small, deliberate actions. The 1,000 miles symbolize the vastness of any journey, be it personal transformation, a creative project, or a spiritual quest, emphasizing that its completion lies beyond the horizon of immediate perception. The single step signifies the initial act of courage and commitment, the essential starting point from which all progress emanates. It is a reminder that the grandeur of any journey is accessible to us all, provided we dare to begin. This wisdom teaches the importance of the present moment and the power inherent in taking the first action, however modest, towards realizing our visions and dreams. Through this, Lao Tzu guides us to embrace the journey of life with patience, perseverance, and faith in the unfolding path. 15. There is nothing softer and more flexible than water, but try to resist it. Stimu. In the wisdom of Tao, water represents the ultimate paradox of strength and gentleness, teaching that true power lies in adaptability and resilience. There is nothing softer and more flexible than water, speaks to water's inherent quality of yieldingness, its capacity to flow around obstacles, adapt to any container, and embrace the path of least resistance. This softness and flexibility are not signs of weakness, but are the very sources of water's enduring strength and impact. The latter phrase, but try to resist it, underscores the futility of opposing such a force. Despite its softness, water can carve through stone, alter landscapes, and overcome any barrier not through brute force, but through persistent, gentle pressure. This teaching illuminates the profound truth that the greatest strength often comes not from rigid force, but from the ability to adapt, persist, and overcome with quiet, relentless resilience. 16. Watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. In the profound tapestry of existence, the ancient wisdom of Lao Tzu guides us to a fundamental truth. Our inner world shapes our outer reality. Watch your thoughts, for they become your words, illuminates the genesis of creation within the sanctum of our minds. Thoughts, the seeds of our consciousness, blossom into words, crafting the narrative of our lives. Watch your words, for they become your actions, emphasizes the bridge from the intangible to the tangible, where spoken intentions manifest through deeds. Actions, repeated with intention or neglect, solidify into habits, the recurrent patterns that sculpt the marble of our daily lives. Watch your actions, for they become your habits, is a call to mindfulness, recognizing that what we do consistently weaves the fabric of our character. Our habits, those persistent acts, echo the essence of our being, molding our character. Watch your habits, for they become your character, underscores the cumulative effect of our choices. For it is our character that stands as the beacon of our essence, the true reflection of our innermost selves. Finally, watch your character, for it becomes your destiny, encapsulates the journey from thought to fate. Our character, the sum of our thoughts, words, actions, and habits, navigates the course of our lives, steering us toward our ultimate destiny. This profound chain of causality Lao Tzu presents invites us to cultivate self-awareness and intentionality at every step, teaching us that the mastery of oneself is the foundation upon which destiny is built. Through this wisdom, we are reminded that the power to shape our destiny lies within, beginning with the vigilant guardianship of our inner world. 17. The wise man avoids all extremes. In the serene wisdom of Tao, Lao Tzu teaches, the wise man avoids all extremes, a principle reflecting the harmonious balance of life. This wisdom emphasizes the importance of moderation, suggesting that living a life of excess or deficiency in any aspect, be it emotion, action, or thought, leads to disharmony and disquiet. The wise man symbolizes an individual who, through insight and understanding, recognizes the value in maintaining equilibrium. By eschewing extremes, one fosters a state of balance, embodying the Taoist ideal of following the natural order of things. This balance is not merely a point of stasis, but a dynamic equilibrium, adapting fluidly to life's ever-changing circumstances. In doing so, the wise person navigates life's complexities with grace, ensuring peace and longevity. Thus, this teaching guides us toward a path of moderation, where the avoidance of extremes ensures a life in harmony with the Tao, marked by inner tranquility and outer effectiveness. 18. When people know a lot, it is difficult to manage them. In the wisdom of Tao, the phrase, "When people know a lot, it is difficult to manage them," unfolds layers of understanding about knowledge and leadership. This statement underscores the complexity that arises when individuals, brimming with knowledge, navigate their paths with strong convictions and diverse perspectives. Knowledge, in its essence, empowers individuals, fostering a sense of autonomy and self-guidance. It breeds a variety of viewpoints, making the task of leading a unified direction more challenging. The more people know, the more they question, debate, and carve their distinct paths, often resisting external guidance or management. This scenario isn't about the negation of knowledge, but highlights the importance of wisdom in leadership. True leadership, then, is not about managing or controlling, but guiding through wisdom, encouraging harmony amidst diversity, and aligning individual insights towards a collective vision. It speaks to the art of leading without imposing, where the leader navigates the manifold waters of knowledge with understanding, patience, and the subtle craft of persuasion. 19. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. In the serene wisdom of Tao, the phrase "nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished" serves as a profound reminder of the effortless flow and intrinsic balance within the natural world. This teaching illuminates the principle that true harmony and efficiency do not stem from the frenzied pace of action, but from moving in accordance with the natural rhythm of life. Nature's unhurried pace is not a sign of lethargy, but a testament to its wisdom, where every process unfolds in its own time, perfectly synchronized. This concept urges us to reflect on our own lives, suggesting that the essence of achieving our goals lies not in the haste with which we pursue them, but in aligning our actions with the right timing and the natural course of events. It encourages us to cultivate patience, to trust in the timing of our own growth, and to understand that rushing may not always lead to the fulfillment we seek. By embracing this wisdom, we learn to navigate life with grace, understanding that everything will be accomplished in its due time, just as in nature. 20. Man dies from birth. In the profound depths of Taoist thought, the phrase, "man dies from birth," encapsulates the immutable truth of life's impermanence. From the moment of birth, the journey towards death commences, signifying that existence and cessation are inseparably entwined. This statement is not a morose reflection, but a profound acknowledgement of life's transient nature. It urges us to grasp the immediacy of the present, to cherish and engage fully with the unfolding moment. This awareness cultivates a deeper appreciation for the fragility and preciousness of life, prompting us to live with intentionality and purpose. Recognizing that our time is finite, we are inspired to pursue meaningful actions, cultivate virtuous qualities, and embrace the journey of life with acceptance and wisdom. Thus, understanding that man dies from birth is not an admonition of despair, but a call to awaken to the fullness of life, to appreciate the beauty in transience, and to live in harmony with the Tao's eternal flow. #21. Knowledge is the treasure, and practice is the key to it. In the profound teachings of Tao, knowledge is the treasure, and practice is the key to it, encapsulates the essence of wisdom acquisition and its application. Here, knowledge is likened to a vast, invaluable treasure, a repository of wisdom that holds the potential to enrich our lives, offering insights and understanding beyond the mundane. However, possessing this treasure is not merely a matter of acquisition. The key to unlocking this treasure, to truly making it ours, is practice. This signifies that knowledge, while profound and valuable, remains latent and unutilized without the act of practice. Practice embodies the application of knowledge, the process through which theoretical understanding is transformed into lived experience and wisdom. It is through practice that knowledge transcends the abstract and becomes tangible, impacting our lives and the world around us. This teaching underscores the importance of not just learning but doing, reminding us that the true value of knowledge lies in its application, in the transformation it brings about in us and our engagement with the world. 22. Who knows doesn't say. Who speaks doesn't know. In the realm of wisdom, Lao Tzu presents us with a paradoxical truth. Who knows doesn't say. Who speaks doesn't know. This profound statement delves into the nature of true knowledge and understanding. The essence of this teaching lies in recognizing that the deepest truths and understandings of the universe, or Tao, are beyond the confines of language. Those who have truly grasped the vast, intricate mysteries of existence are aware of the limitations of words to encapsulate such wisdom. Thus, they often remain silent, understanding that true wisdom is lived and experienced rather than spoken. Conversely, those who are quick to speak, to assert knowledge, often do so from a place of superficial understanding, lacking the depth of true insight. This highlights a fundamental Taoist principle. Genuine knowledge and enlightenment are found in humility, in recognizing and embracing the limits of our understanding, and in the silent, profound experience of simply being. 23. Silence is a source of great strength. In the profound simplicity of silence, Lao Tzu reveals a paradoxical truth. Silence is a source of great strength. This wisdom transcends mere absence of sound, delving into the essence of inner peace and self-mastery. Silence in this context is not merely the lack of noise, but a profound state of mental and emotional tranquility, a reservoir from which great strength emerges. It allows for deep reflection, fostering a space where intuition and insight can flourish, unobstructed by the chaos of external distractions or the incessant chatter of the mind. Through silence, one cultivates a centeredness and clarity that empowers decision-making, enhances creativity, and strengthens resolve. It is in these quiet moments that we reconnect with our deepest selves and the universal truths that guide us. Thus, Lao Tzu teaches that embracing silence is not a retreat from the world, but a powerful means of engaging with it more fully, with greater wisdom and equanimity. 24. Whoever talks a lot often fails. In the tranquility of wisdom, Lao Tzu might convey, whoever talks a lot often fails, to illuminate the virtue of silence and the potency of action over words. This adage suggests that excessive talking can lead to a dilution of focus and a dispersion of energy, which are vital for the fruition of intentions and achievements. The person who talks a lot symbolizes those among us who prioritize discourse over deeds, potentially neglecting the silent, steadfast pursuit required for true success. This propensity for verbosity may also reflect a lack of inner certainty, where the abundance of words serves as a veil for the vacuity of action. Conversely, the sage teaches the value of conservation, of words, of energy, of focus, implying that in the economy of success, silence is not merely golden but foundational. It is through this reticence that we cultivate depth, allow wisdom to percolate, and enable actions to speak with a clarity and impact that words often promise, yet seldom deliver. 25. Life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't resist them. That only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like. In the serene wisdom of Tao, we are guided to understand that life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. This teaches us that existence is an unending flux, a river of transformations that we are part of. To resist these changes, as Lao Tzu counsels, only creates sorrow, for in opposition to the natural flow, we find conflict and suffering. Instead, we are urged to let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like. This is not a call to passivity, but an invitation to harmonize with the inherent order of the universe. By embracing change rather than contesting it, we align ourselves with the Tao, finding peace in the acceptance that all is as it should be. In doing so, we allow life to unfold in its richness, guiding us through its currents with ease and grace, embodying the wisdom that in acceptance there is freedom. 26. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. In the wisdom of Lao Tzu, if you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve, speaks to the ultimate liberation from fear, the root of all limitations. The fear of death binds many, casting a shadow over actions and dreams, leading to a life lived within self-imposed confines. To transcend this fear is to embrace the impermanence of existence, acknowledging that in the vast tapestry of life, death is but a transition, not an end. This acceptance empowers one to act with courage and clarity, unshackled from the dread that stifles ambition and creativity. It is in this fearless state that one can truly pursue greatness, for when the fear of the ultimate unknown is overcome, all other fears diminish and one's potential becomes boundless. Thus, Lao Tzu teaches that by confronting and accepting our mortality, we unlock the fullness of our capacity to live, to create, and to achieve the extraordinary. 27. Victory over others gives strength. Victory over oneself gives fearlessness. In the tapestry of life, victories are twofold. Victory over others gives strength, speaks to the external triumphs we achieve, the battles won against competitors, the accolades and acknowledgments from our endeavors. These victories bolster our confidence, fortify our resolve, and empower us with strength, as they are tangible proofs of our capabilities and prowess in the physical realm. Yet this form of strength is fleeting, often dependent on the presence of an adversary or external validation. In contrast, victory over oneself gives fearlessness, delves into the internal struggle, the conquest of our own fears, doubts, and limitations. This victory is profound and enduring, for it stems from mastering the self, transcending our inner barriers, and achieving a state of self-awareness and self-control. It imbues us with fearlessness, not because we have nothing left to face, but because we have faced ourselves and emerged victorious. In this internal victory lies the true essence of courage and the key to unshakable peace and resilience. 28. Do not seek, otherwise you will lose. Do not seek and you will find. In the essence of Taoist wisdom, the phrase, do not seek, otherwise you will lose, do not seek and you will find, captures the paradoxical nature of seeking fulfillment in wisdom. The act of seeking often implies a sense of lack, a desire that propels us outside ourselves, leading to a perpetual state of wanting that distances us from the very essence we aim to capture. This seeking is likened to grasping at the wind. The more we try to hold it, the more it eludes us. Conversely, the counsel to not seek suggests a state of being where one is in harmony with the Tao, embodying a contentment and openness that allows the universe to unfold in its own time. In this state of non-seeking, we are aligned with the natural flow of life, where what is truly meant for us comes effortlessly. This wisdom teaches the power of letting go, encouraging a presence and mindfulness that reveals the richness of being, where true discovery and understanding emerge not from seeking, but from being. 29. A man dies easily because he has too much will to live. In the depth of Taoist wisdom, the paradoxical statement, "A man dies easily because he has too much will to live," reflects on the nature of attachment in the flow of life's energy. The "too much will to live" signifies an intense clinging to life, desires, and outcomes, which, according to Taoist thought, leads to an imbalance in one's being. This over-attachment disrupts the natural harmony and flow of life, causing resistance to the inevitable changes and transitions that life entails, including death. The ease of dying, in this context, is not a physical demise, but a metaphorical surrender, where the struggle and resistance born from excessive attachment hasten the loss of harmony with the Tao, the universal way. It suggests that in grasping too tightly to life and its desires, one may miss living in harmony with the natural order, thereby facing life's challenges, including death, with greater difficulty. Embracing life with detachment and in accordance with the Tao fosters a serene passage through its cycles, embodying the wisdom that in letting go, one finds true alignment with life's essence. 30. Time is a created thing. To say "I don't have time" is like saying "I don't want to." In the profound insights of Tao, the phrase "time is a created thing," to say "I don't have time" is like saying "I don't want to," unveils the illusory nature of time as perceived by humans. Time, a construct, bends to our will and priorities. The declaration of not having time is not a reflection of its scarcity, but an indication of our choices and values. This wisdom teaches us that time's abundance or lack thereof is often a matter of what we deem important. When one asserts the absence of time, they reveal less about their schedule's constraints and more about their inner hierarchy of desires and commitments. This perspective urges us to introspect on how we allocate this most precious resource, encouraging a conscious engagement with our actions and priorities. It challenges us to own our decisions, acknowledging that not having time is a choice, a prioritization, urging us to live more intentionally, aligning our time with our true aspirations and values. 31. Fill your bowl to the brim and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife and it will be blunt. Lao Tzu's wisdom, "Fill your bowl to the brim and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife and it will be blunt," is a profound meditation on the virtue of moderation and the folly of excess. The first part, "Fill your bowl to the brim and it will spill," teaches that overindulgence or excessive accumulation, be it material wealth, emotions, or ambitions, leads inevitably to waste and imbalance. It's a metaphor for life, urging us to embrace sufficiency and avoid the pitfalls of excess. The second part, "Keep sharpening your knife and it will be blunt," warns against overzealousness in the diminishing returns of relentless pursuit. Constantly striving without pause or reflection can lead to the erosion of our abilities, resources, or spirit. Together, these teachings advocate for a balanced approach to life, emphasizing the wisdom of knowing when enough is enough and the importance of maintaining balance in all endeavors. 32. The one who knows and pretends not to know is on top. Who without knowledge pretends to be knowledgeable, he is sick. In the wisdom of Tao, this teaching, the one who knows and pretends not to know is on top. Who without knowledge pretends to be knowledgeable, he is sick, illuminates the virtue of humility and the folly of pretense. The person who possesses knowledge yet displays humility, choosing to remain open and unassuming, holds the highest position of wisdom. This humility does not diminish their knowledge but enhances it, allowing continuous growth and learning. In contrast, the one who lacks understanding yet feigns expertise is afflicted by the malady of arrogance. This pretense is a barrier to true knowledge, as it closes the mind to learning and growth. It reveals a deep insecurity and a disconnection from the Tao, the natural way of harmony and balance. True wisdom, therefore, is not just in acquiring knowledge, but in the grace of humility that acknowledges the limitless expanse of the unknown, inviting an ever-deepening understanding of the universe and oneself. 33. Care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner. Lao Tzu's wisdom, care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner, speaks to the liberating path of self-acceptance and independence. To care about what other people think is to place undue value on external perceptions, allowing the judgments and opinions of others to dictate one's actions, choices, and sense of self-worth. This external orientation entraps us, making us prisoners to the fluctuating views and expectations of those around us. It confines us within a cage of conformity where our true selves are suppressed in favor of an identity shaped by societal approval. The essence of this teaching is the encouragement to cultivate inner strength and autonomy, urging us to seek validation not from the external world, but from within. By detaching from the weight of others' opinions, we free ourselves from their control, embarking on a path of genuine self-expression and personal freedom. This liberation allows us to live authentically, aligned with our true nature and values, rather than being shackled by the fleeting judgments of the external world. 34. Even a loss can turn into a profit, or a profit can turn into a loss. In the fluid dance of existence, Lao Tzu might say, even a loss can turn into a profit, or a profit can turn into a loss, to teach us about the impermanence and dual nature of life's circumstances. This wisdom encourages us to view our experiences beyond the immediate notions of gain and loss. A loss signifies those moments that initially appear as setbacks or failures. Yet, with time and perspective, these situations often reveal hidden opportunities for growth, learning, or redirection towards paths more aligned with our true selves. Conversely, a profit reflects the achievements and successes that, while initially gratifying, may lead to unforeseen challenges, complacency, or detach us from deeper values. This teaching serves as a reminder to maintain balance and equanimity, recognizing that life's true essence lies not in the external fluctuations of fortune, but in our internal responses and the wisdom we gain from each experience. Through this perspective, Lao Tzu guides us to embrace the transient nature of our journey, finding harmony and contentment in the ever-changing tapestry of life. 35. There is no crime greater than having too many desires. There is no disaster greater than not being content. There is no misfortune greater than being covetous. In the wisdom of Tao, Lao Tzu teaches us that the root of much discord lies in our desires, contentment, and covetousness. There is no crime greater than having too many desires speaks to the turmoil that arises from endless wanting, which distracts us from the simplicity and beauty of the present. This craving for more creates an inner dissonance as our spirits become cluttered with the noise of accumulation rather than the harmony of existence. There is no disaster greater than not being content underscores the peace that is forfeited when we fail to appreciate what we already possess. In discontent, we lose touch with the abundance of the now, seeking fulfillment in the ephemeral, which leads us astray from the path of serenity. Lastly, there is no misfortune greater than being covetous, illuminates the suffering that ensues from envying others, a toxic seed that poisons our relationships and our inner peace. Together, these teachings guide us towards a life of simplicity, gratitude, and harmony with the Tao, where true contentment and joy are found not in the external pursuit of desires, but in the internal cultivation of spiritual richness. 36. Be attentive to your thoughts. They are the beginning of actions. In the wisdom of Tao, Lao Tzu teaches, be attentive to your thoughts. They are the beginning of actions, guiding us to recognize the profound power that lies within our own minds. This sage advice illuminates the process by which our inner world shapes our external reality. Thoughts are not merely ephemeral wisps of consciousness. They are the seeds from which our actions grow. Like a gardener tending to a garden, we must be vigilant in nurturing positive thoughts and weeding out those that are harmful or unproductive. This vigilance is crucial because every action begins as a thought. By cultivating a mindful awareness of our thoughts, we engage in the first step toward deliberate action. This principle encourages us to take responsibilities for our mental landscape, understanding that the quality of our thoughts directly influences the quality of our lives. Through mindful attention, we can steer our actions toward harmony and purpose, embodying the wisdom that our thoughts are the architects of our destiny. 37. You can always rise above those who offend you by forgiving them. In the wisdom of Tao, forgiveness is not merely an act of kindness towards another, but a profound elevation of one's own spirit. You can always rise above those who offend you by forgiving them encapsulates the transformative power of forgiveness. To forgive is to release oneself from the burdens of anger and resentment, which tether us to the very source of our suffering. Those who offend us, intentionally or not, offer us an unintended gift, the opportunity to practice grace, compassion, and understanding. By choosing forgiveness, we transcend the immediate pain and the limitations imposed by harboring negativity. This act of letting go allows us to ascend to a higher state of being, one characterized by inner peace and resilience. Forgiveness, therefore, is not a concession to those who have wronged us, but a deliberate choice to reclaim our power and autonomy, to rise above the fray, and to navigate life with a lighter heart and a liberated soul. 38. The truth is not always beautiful, nor are beautiful words the truth. Lao Tzu, speaking to the soul's journey through wisdom, might say, "The truth is not always beautiful, nor are beautiful words the truth," to illuminate the complex nature of reality versus perception. This phrase underscores the discernment between truth and its presentation. The truth refers to the raw, unvarnished reality of our existence in the universe's workings, which may not always align with our ideals of beauty or comfort. It suggests that authenticity and depth often lie beneath surfaces that might not be immediately appealing or comforting. Conversely, beautiful words represent the allure of eloquence and charm, which, while captivating, may not always convey the truth. They can sometimes be a facade, distracting from the starkness of genuine insight. Lao Tzu teaches us to seek wisdom beyond appearances, encouraging a quest for genuine understanding over the seduction of mere rhetoric. This perspective invites us to embrace reality in its entirety, finding beauty and truth, even when it challenges our expectations. 39. You are controlled by the one who makes you angry. In the wisdom of Lao Tzu, the insight, "You are controlled by the one who makes you angry," unveils a profound truth about the nature of emotion and power. This statement suggests that when we allow our anger towards another to consume us, we inadvertently grant them dominion over our inner state. The one who makes you angry symbolizes not just an individual, but any external force that triggers our ire, highlighting how our emotional responses can become chains that tether us to the very sources of our discontent. This dynamic of control emerges because anger consumes our thoughts, dictates our actions, and clouds our judgment, leaving us at the mercy of those who evoke it. Lao Tzu's wisdom invites us to recognize the futility of surrendering our peace to external provocations. By mastering our emotions, we reclaim our sovereignty over ourselves, embodying the Taoist principle of harmony within and without. Through this understanding, we find liberation from the bonds of anger, stepping into a state of balance and self-control that no external force can disrupt. 40. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. In the tapestry of life, Lao Tzu's wisdom, "Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are." When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you, serves as a profound guide to finding inner peace and abundance. To be content with what you have is to embrace gratitude for the present, recognizing the sufficiency and value in our current possessions and circumstances. Rejoice in the way things are invites us to celebrate life's present state, finding joy in existence itself beyond the relentless pursuit of more. This mindset liberates us from the chains of perpetual dissatisfaction, revealing that when you realize there is nothing lacking, our perception of deficiency transforms, unveiling the abundance that life inherently offers. This realization that nothing is missing shifts our perspective, making us see the whole world as ours, not in possession, but in connection and harmony. Lao Tzu teaches us that true wealth and freedom come from recognizing the abundance within and around us, not from accumulating more. Xunzi, a foundational Chinese philosopher, offered a contrasting view to Mencius by arguing for the inherently selfish nature of humans, which necessitates moral education and strict societal norms for harmonious living. He emphasized ritual, order, and hierarchical roles as essential for social harmony and personal development, significantly contributing to Confucianism and Chinese intellectual tradition. The person attempting to travel two roads at once will get nowhere. In the philosophical tapestry woven by Xunzi, this adage illuminates the principle of focused dedication and the dangers of divided endeavors. Xunzi, a proponent of structured discipline and the cultivation of one's nature through deliberate effort, would interpret this saying as a caution against the futility of divided intentions and efforts. To him, the journey of personal development and ethical cultivation demands unwavering commitment to a singular path. Attempting to pursue multiple directions simultaneously not only hinders progress, but leads to a stagnation of the soul's journey towards righteousness and wisdom. This metaphor serves as a poignant reminder of the necessity for concentrated effort and the alignment of actions with a coherent, singular purpose to achieve true fulfillment and moral excellence in life's complex tapestry. If there is no dull and determined effort, there will be no brilliant achievement. Xunzi, a sage steeped in the pragmatic traditions of Confucian philosophy, underscores the indispensable role of persistent, disciplined effort in the attainment of excellence. To him, this axiom reflects the belief in the transformative power of human will and the cultivation of virtue through rigorous self-discipline. Unlike Mencius, who posited an innate goodness within humans, Xunzi argued for the inherent tendencies towards desires and vices, which could only be overcome through structured education and moral cultivation. This statement embodies his conviction that brilliance and high achievement are not gifts of fate or inherent talent, but the fruits of unyielding perseverance and meticulous refinement of character. It highlights the principle that only through embracing the challenge of continuous effort and self-improvement can one carve a path to true excellence and virtue, aligning with the broader Confucian ethos of moral development and societal harmony. The nature of man is evil. What is good in him is artificial. Xunzi, a philosopher whose views diverge sharply from the innate goodness posited by Mencius, holds a pragmatic perspective on human nature, asserting its inherent inclination towards selfishness and disorder. This statement encapsulates his belief that virtues and moral goodness are not naturally occurring, but are the products of societal constructs, education, and ritualistic discipline. In his view, it is through the rigorous application of norms, laws, and ethical teachings that the baser instincts of humanity are curbed and transformed into a harmonious social order. Xunzi advocates for the critical role of enlightened leadership in structured societal frameworks to mold and refine human nature from its original state of self-interest towards the collective welfare and moral excellence. This process, according to Xunzi, is essential for transcending our primal tendencies and achieving a state of cultivated virtue and propriety, illustrating a profound understanding of human potential for transformation through deliberate cultural and ethical practice. Pride and excess bring disaster for man. In the profound philosophical framework of Xunzi, a realist perspective on human nature and ethical cultivation, this statement encapsulates a core tenet: the inherent dangers of unbridled pride and excess. Xunzi, advocating for the necessity of ritual and moral education to refine and curb humanity's baser instincts, views pride and excess not merely as personal failings, but as disruptors of societal harmony and moral order. He posits that unchecked self-importance and indulgence lead to a detachment from the communal and ethical values essential for societal cohesion and individual moral integrity. This path, he warns, inevitably precipitates one's downfall, as it estranges the individual from the guiding principles of propriety, lao, and righteousness, yeshao, resulting in a life marred by conflict and ruin. Hence, Xunzi underscores the imperative of humility, self-regulation, and adherence to societal norms as safeguards against the self-destructive tendencies of pride and excess, advocating for a life of balance and ethical harmony. The noble person uses things. The lesser man is used by things. Xunzi, a philosopher known for his belief in the potential for self-improvement and the importance of ritual and order, would interpret this saying as a reflection on the mastery of desires and the cultivation of virtuous character. In his view, the noble person, or Xunzi, possesses the wisdom and moral discipline to utilize resources, wealth, and possessions as tools for achieving ethical ends and contributing to societal harmony. This individual exercises restraint, ensuring that material pursuits do not corrupt their virtue or distract from their moral obligations. Conversely, the lesser man, lacking in self-discipline and wisdom, becomes enslaved by his desires for material possessions, allowing them to dictate his actions and erode his moral integrity. Thus, this statement underscores the distinction between being in control of one's desires and being controlled by them, highlighting the importance of virtue and ethical living in achieving true freedom and nobility of character. So, when people lack teachers, their tendencies are not corrected. When they do not have ritual and moral principles, then their lawlessness is not controlled. In the philosophical contemplations of Xunzi, this statement delineates the crucial role of education and moral guidance in the cultivation of human behavior and societal harmony. Xunzi, diverging from Mencius, posited that human nature is inherently inclined towards selfishness and disorder, necessitating the intervention of learned teachers and the framework of ritual, Li, and moral principles, D, to sculpt and refine the raw impulses into virtuous conduct. This process of transformation, according to Xunzi, is essential for the individual's integration into a harmonious society, where each person's actions are aligned with the greater good. The absence of such guiding structures results in the unchecked proliferation of chaos and moral decay. Thus, Xunzi underscores the indispensability of education and ethical norms in achieving societal order and individual moral excellence, highlighting the transformative power of human effort in overcoming the baser instincts to reach a state of cultivated morality and social cohesion. Man's nature is evil. Goodness is the result of conscious activity. Xunzi, a pivotal figure in Chinese philosophy, posits a perspective that human nature is innately predisposed towards selfishness and vice, a stark contrast to the optimistic view of human goodness espoused by Mencius. This assertion, man's nature is evil, goodness is the result of conscious activity, encapsulates Xunzi's belief in the necessity of societal norms, education, and moral cultivation to rectify and refine human nature. According to Xunzi, it is through the deliberate and rigorous application of ritual, ethical conduct, and the guidance of wise rulers and teachers that individuals can transcend their base instincts and achieve a state of moral rectitude and harmony. This philosophy underscores the importance of external structures and conscious effort in the transformation of the individual and the maintenance of social order, asserting that virtue is not an inherent trait but a cultivated achievement. Not having heard something is not as good as having heard it. Having heard it is not as good as having seen it. Having seen it is not as good as knowing it. Knowing it is not as good as putting it into practice. Xunzi, a philosopher who deeply valued the cultivation of knowledge and moral behavior, would interpret this progression as the essence of true understanding and wisdom. In his view, the journey from hearing to practicing symbolizes the comprehensive process of learning and integrating knowledge into one's life. Hearing introduces an idea, but seeing it offers a clearer, more tangible understanding. Yet true knowledge transcends mere sensory perception, involving deep comprehension and internalization of principles. However, Xunzi would argue that the highest form of knowledge is the application of this understanding in real-world actions. To him, wisdom is not merely an intellectual exercise, but a practical one, where the ultimate test of one's learning is the ability to implement it in daily life. This emphasizes the Confucian ideal of self-cultivation, where knowledge and virtue are inseparable, and the purpose of learning is to better oneself and, by extension, society. Thus, the statement not only highlights a hierarchy of learning, but also underscores the importance of transforming knowledge into ethical action, reflecting Xunzi's belief in the transformative power of education and moral development. If the quickness of the mind and the fluency of the tongue are too punctilious and sharp, moderate them in your activity and rest. In the philosophical perspective of Xunzi, an advocate for the transformative power of ritual and education in shaping human nature, this statement underscores the importance of balance and moderation. Xunzi, recognizing the innate tendencies toward excess and deficiency in human behavior, emphasizes the cultivation of self-restraint and propriety. The quickness of mind and fluency of tongue, while marks of intellectual agility and eloquence, can lead to arrogance or discord when untempered. Xunzi advises that such abilities should be moderated through self-cultivation and adherence to ritual propriety, li, ensuring they are employed with wisdom and moral consideration. This guidance serves not only to harmonize individual action with societal norms, but also to refine the character, fostering a balanced approach to life that aligns with the Tao, the underlying moral order. Thus, moderation in thought and speech is essential for the ethical and intellectual development of an individual within the framework of Xunzi's philosophy. Music is a fantastic peacekeeper of the world. It is integral to harmony, and it is a required fundamental of human emotion. Xunzi, a philosopher known for his belief in the potential for transformation through ritual and education, would view this statement through the lens of how music, as an element of ritual, contributes to social harmony and moral cultivation. In his view, music transcends mere auditory pleasure. It embodies the harmony of the cosmos and the social order, mirroring the Confucian ideal of ritual propriety. Xunzi would argue that music, in its structured beauty and emotional depth, has the power to refine human emotions, aligning them with the moral virtues of respect, empathy, and benevolence. It serves as a universal language that bridges divides, fostering a collective sense of peace and unity. Thus, music is not just an art form, but a crucial component of human education and ethical development, integral to nurturing the emotional and moral well-being of individuals, and by extension, the world. The coming of honor or disgrace must be a reflection of one's inner power. Xunzi, a philosopher who starkly recognizes the complexities of human nature and the importance of cultivated virtue, would interpret this statement as an exposition on the intrinsic link between personal moral cultivation and the external perceptions of honor and disgrace. In his view, honor and disgrace are not arbitrary. They are the direct consequences of one's internal strength, character, and the adherence to or deviation from societal norms and moral principles. Xunzi asserts that through rigorous self-discipline, education, and adherence to ritual, asalai, individuals harness their inner power, shaping their destiny and societal standing. Thus, the arrival of honor or disgrace serves as a mirror, reflecting the depth of one's moral cultivation and the effectiveness of their engagement with the ethical frameworks that govern society. This principle underscores the belief that true power and respect are earned through personal integrity and the continuous effort to align one's actions with the highest standards of conduct. Thus, that one can find no place to walk through the breadth of the earth is not because the earth is not tranquil, but because the danger to every step of the traveler lies generally with words. Xunzi, a philosopher known for his belief in the transformative power of ritual and education, would interpret this statement as a reflection on the profound impact of human communication and societal norms on an individual's path. He posited that human nature is malleable and can be shaped by the proper application of ritual and moral education. This statement underscores the idea that the world's perils are not due to its inherent nature, but arise from the complexities and potential misuses of language and communication. Words in Xunzi's view have the power to create harmony or discord, guide or mislead. Thus, navigating life's journey is less about overcoming external obstacles and more about understanding and engaging wisely with the social and moral constructs defined by language. The tranquil earth represents the potential for harmony and order, while the dangers lie in how words are used to navigate that space, highlighting the importance of cultivated speech and moral action in achieving a harmonious society. The drum is surely the lord of music, is it not? In the philosophical perspective of Xunzi, who held a pragmatic view of rituals and music as foundations of social harmony and moral development, this statement underscores the drum's pivotal role in orchestrating unity and order. To Xunzi, music was not merely an art form, but a crucial medium for cultivating the individual's ethical character and for promoting societal cohesion. The drum, with its deep, resonating beats, acts as a metaphorical leader among instruments, guiding and unifying the diverse voices within a musical ensemble, much like a wise ruler harmonizes and leads his people. Thus, when Xunzi posits the drum as the lord of music, he highlights its capacity to command, direct, and integrate the various elements of music into a coherent whole, reflecting his broader philosophy that order and authority are essential to achieving harmony and moral excellence within society. Human nature is what heaven supplies. In the philosophical landscape of Xunzi, who held a pragmatic view on human nature, this aphorism conveys the belief that human nature, in its raw form, is endowed by heaven, but requires cultivation and refinement. Unlike Mencius, who posited the inherent goodness of humans, Xunzi argued that human nature is predisposed to desires and instincts that, if left unchecked, lead to conflict and disorder. Therefore, human nature is what heaven supplies, encapsulates the idea that while the essence of humanity is divinely bestowed, its true potential is realized only through the structured guidance of societal norms, ethical teachings, and ritual propriety. This process transforms innate tendencies into a harmonious state, aligning individual desires with the greater good. For Xunzi, then, the journey towards moral excellence and social harmony is an active cultivation of what heaven has supplied, underscoring the transformative power of education and ethical conduct in achieving human virtue. Human nature is such that people are born with a love of profit. If they follow these inclinations, they will struggle and snatch from each other, and inclinations to defer or yield will die. Xunzi, a philosopher with a pragmatic view on human nature, posits that humans are inherently predisposed towards seeking profit, a trait that, if left unchecked, leads to societal discord and conflict. Unlike Mencius, who believed in the innate goodness of humans, Xunzi argued that human nature is fundamentally self-serving. This statement illuminates his belief that without the guiding hand of ritual and moral education, people's natural tendencies towards greed would result in a chaotic struggle for resources, eroding any inclinations towards altruism or cooperation. For Xunzi, the solution lies in the transformative power of societal norms and ethical teachings, which can refine and redirect these base inclinations towards a harmonious social order. In essence, he underscores the critical role of culture and education in shaping human behavior and fostering a community where deference and mutual respect can flourish amidst our natural desires. A person is born with feelings of envy and hate. If he gives way to them, they will lead him to violence and crime, and any sense of loyalty and good faith will be abandoned. In the philosophical realm of Xunzi, this pronouncement delineates the foundational belief in the intrinsic challenges of human nature, contrasting starkly with the more optimistic views of other Confucian scholars. Xunzi posited that humans are born with baser instincts, such as envy and hate, which, if left unchecked, pave the path towards destruction and moral decay. He emphasized the paramount importance of societal norms, education, and ritual in sculpting and refining these raw inclinations towards a harmonious and orderly existence. Through rigorous self-cultivation and adherence to the structured guidance of rites and ethical teachings, An individual transcends these initial impulses, fostering a community where loyalty, good faith, and virtuous conduct prevail. Thus, this statement encapsulates Junzi's advocacy for the transformative power of culture and education in overcoming the darker aspects of human nature, highlighting the necessity of external influences in the journey towards moral excellence and societal harmony. Now it is human nature to want to eat to one's fill when hungry, to want to warm up when cold, to want to rest when tired. These all are a part of people's emotional nature. Xunzi, a pragmatic realist within the Confucian tradition, posits that human nature is imbued with desires and impulses that, if left unchecked, can lead to chaos and moral degradation. This statement, highlighting the natural inclinations toward food, warmth, and rest, underscores his belief in the essential role of societal norms and ethical education in shaping and refining human behavior. To Xunzi, these basic desires are not inherently problematic, but require regulation and moderation through the cultivation of Li, ritual propriety, and Rai, righteousness. In his view, it is through the deliberate practice of virtue and adherence to the rituals that individuals can transcend their base instincts and achieve a harmonious society. Thus, the acknowledgement of these desires serves as a starting point for the transformative process of self-cultivation and societal order, emphasizing the importance of moral education in aligning personal needs with the greater good. Since the nature of people is bad, to become corrected, they must be taught by teachers, and to be orderly, they must acquire ritual and moral principles. In the philosophical framework of Sun Tzu, this statement illuminates his belief in the innate imperfection of human nature and the transformative power of education and moral cultivation. Contrary to Mencius, who posited the inherent goodness of people, Xunzi argued that human beings are born with selfish tendencies, which can lead to disorder and conflict if left unchecked. He emphasized the essential role of teachers in the rigorous application of ritual Lai and moral principles, Ren, as instruments of social and personal reform. These tools, according to Xunzi, are vital in shaping individuals into morally upright and socially harmonious beings. Through disciplined learning and adherence to established norms, individuals transcend their base instincts, aligning themselves with a higher ethical order. Thus, Sun Tzu's philosophy underscores the necessity of deliberate cultivation and education in overcoming humanity's natural inclinations towards chaos, advocating for a structured approach to achieving moral excellence and societal stability. The petty man is eager to make boasts, yet desires that others should believe in him. He enthusiastically engages in deception, yet wants others to have affection for him. He conducts himself like an animal, yet wants others to think well of him. Through the philosophical prism of Xunzi, this statement dissects the paradoxical nature of the petty man, contrasting sharply with the ideals of virtuous conduct. Xunzi, who believed in the inherent selfishness of human nature and the transformative power of ritual and moral education, would interpret this as a critique of unrefined character lacking the discipline and cultivation prescribed by Confucian teachings. The petty man's behavior is emblematic of the failure to internalize Li, ritual propriety, and Ren, benevolence, leading to a discord between actions and desires for external validation. This discord highlights the necessity of self-cultivation and adherence to societal norms to harmonize one's internal desires with outward behavior, fostering genuine respect and affection from others. For Xunzi, the journey toward moral refinement requires rigorous self-discipline and education, underscoring the importance of aligning one's conduct with the higher ethical standards of Confucianism to achieve true humaneness and social harmony. When you concentrate on agriculture and industry and are frugal in expenditures, heaven cannot impoverish your state. Xunzi, a pragmatic and rational thinker, would interpret this statement as a profound reflection on the principles of governance and societal well-being. He emphasized the importance of order, discipline, and human effort in achieving harmony and prosperity. In his view, focusing on agriculture and industry signifies a dedication to the foundational elements of a state's economy and sustenance. Being frugal in expenditures reflects the virtue of moderation in the wise management of resources. Xunzi believed that such practices align with the natural order and the way of heaven, which rewards those who adhere to its principles with abundance and stability. Hence, this statement encapsulates Xunzi's belief in the power of human action and ethical governance to secure a state's prosperity, suggesting that adherence to discipline, economic focus, and resourcefulness can safeguard a society from destitution and ensure its flourishing under the benevolent gaze of heaven. I once tried standing up on my toes to see far out in the distance, but I found that I could see much farther by climbing to a high place. Xunzi, a philosopher renowned for his pragmatic realism within Confucian thought, would likely interpret this saying as a metaphor for the pursuit of wisdom and understanding. To him, the act of standing on one's toes symbolizes the limits of relying solely on one's immediate, self-derived efforts to gain insight. In contrast, climbing to a high place represents the deliberate pursuit of higher learning and the accumulation of knowledge from external sources and experiences. Xunzi believed in the transformative power of education and ritual to refine natural dispositions and elevate moral character. Thus, this analogy underscores the importance of seeking wisdom beyond one's innate capabilities and the value of learning from the broader world. It highlights the principle that true enlightenment and a deeper perspective on life are achieved through diligent effort, study, and the guidance of societal and moral frameworks, rather than through spontaneous, unaided intuition. In antiquity, the sage kings recognized that men's nature is bad and that their tendencies were not being corrected and their lawlessness controlled. In the philosophical discourse of Xunzi, a foundational premise is the assertion that human nature is inherently flawed, marked by base desires and a propensity towards disorder. This perspective diverges from the more optimistic views of human nature espoused by other Confucian thinkers. Xunzi posits that the sage kings of antiquity, in their profound wisdom, discerned this intrinsic aspect of human nature. Recognizing the anarchic and unrefined tendencies inherent in mankind, they instituted systems of education, rituals, and legal frameworks as essential instruments for moral cultivation and social harmony. These measures were not mere constraints, but transformative processes to guide individuals away from their natural inclinations towards virtue and order. Thus, the statement reflects Xunzi's belief in the necessity of external structures and sage leadership to rectify human nature and ensure the flourishing of a civilized society. If the impulse to daring and bravery is too fierce and violent, stay it with guidance and instruction. Xunzi, a pragmatist within the Confucian tradition, emphasizes the cultivation of moral character through rigorous education and adherence to ritual and propriety. This statement reflects his belief in the essential role of guidance and structured learning to temper and refine the raw, impulsive energies of courage and valor. Xunzi views human nature as inherently needing shape and direction, arguing that without the steadying hand of moral and intellectual cultivation, even the most noble impulses can lead astray, resulting in chaos rather than virtue. Therefore, he advocates for a harmonious balance between innate dispositions and the guiding principles of societal norms and ethical teachings. This not only channels individual potential towards the greater good, but also ensures that bravery and daring are exercised with wisdom and responsibility, aligning personal actions with the broader tapestry of communal harmony and moral order. Whether the gentleman is capable or not, he is loved all the same. Conversely, the petty man is loathed all the same. In the philosophical perspective of Xunzi, this statement delves into the nature of moral character and its influence on human relationships. Xunzi, who believed in the potential for self-cultivation and the importance of ritual and propriety, posits that a gentleman, or junzi, embodies virtues such as integrity, righteousness, and benevolence. These qualities foster deep respect and affection, irrespective of his tangible achievements or abilities. Conversely, the petty man, lacking in virtue and moral fiber, incites disdain through his actions and character, regardless of his competencies or successes. This dichotomy highlights Xunzi's conviction that the essence of one's character, cultivated through ethical practices and adherence to societal norms, fundamentally determines the esteem in which one is held. Thus, the quote illuminates the intrinsic value of virtue over mere capability, advocating for moral excellence as the cornerstone of societal harmony and personal regard. When a man sees something desirable, he must reflect on the fact that with time, it could come to involve what is detestable. When he sees something that is beneficial, he should reflect that sooner or later it, too, could come to involve harm. In the profound reflections of Xunzi, this counsel serves as a testament to the philosophy of cautious deliberation and the impermanence of circumstances. Xunzi, a proponent of the view that human nature requires cultivation and restraint to achieve moral excellence, would interpret this wisdom as a call to mindfulness and ethical discernment. This statement underscores the principle that desires and immediate benefits, while appealing, are transient and can lead to unforeseen consequences. It echoes the Confucian ideal of Zhongyong, the doctrine of the mean, advocating for moderation and balance in all things. Xunzi's insight encourages a deeper contemplation of our actions and desires, urging us to consider the long-term implications and potential detriments of what we initially perceive as desirable or beneficial. This philosophy not only aims at fostering personal virtue, but also at maintaining social harmony by preventing the pursuit of short-sighted gains that could eventually lead to harm or moral decay. Sacrifices are concerned with the feelings of devotion and longing. Xunzi, a philosopher who emphasized the importance of ritual and propriety in achieving social harmony and personal improvement, would interpret this statement as highlighting the transformative power of sacrifices within the realm of ritual. In his view, sacrifices are not mere formalities, but profound expressions of human emotions, devotion, and longing that connect the individual to the cosmic and social order. These rituals serve as a bridge between the mundane and the sacred, enabling individuals to express their deepest respects and yearnings towards ancestors, deities, or the natural world. For Xunzi, such practices are essential for cultivating the moral self, reinforcing social bonds, and maintaining harmony within the cosmos. They embody the belief that through sincere and heartfelt participation in rituals, one can achieve personal refinement and contribute to the stability and continuity of society. This perspective underscores the significance of internal sincerity and emotional engagement in rituals, beyond their external execution, as crucial for their efficacy and meaning. If the gentleman has ability, he is magnanimous, generous, tolerant, and straightforward, through which he opens the way to instruct others. In the philosophical contemplations of Xunzi, this dictum illustrates the embodiment of virtue and wisdom in the conduct of a true gentleman. Xunzi, advocating for the transformative power of ritual and moral education, posits that the gentleman's inherent abilities are not merely for personal elevation, but serve as a beacon for societal betterment. His magnanimity and generosity signify not just benevolence, but a profound understanding of human nature and the importance of nurturing it towards goodness. Tolerance and straightforwardness reflect his commitment to truth and justice, ensuring that his actions and teachings are guided by integrity. Through these virtues, the gentleman paves a path for others, leading by example. Xunzi's vision underscores the belief that moral excellence and intellectual capability are foundational to leadership and instrumental in cultivating a harmonious and virtuous society. If you wish to see the 1,000 years, look at today. If you wish to understand the millionfold, then look at the one or the two. In the philosophical realm of Xunzi, this statement reveals the essence of understanding the vast and complex through the simplicity and immediacy of the present moment in the singular. Xunzi, with his pragmatic approach to Confucianism, emphasizes the significance of grounding one's perspective in the tangible and immediate as a means to comprehend the broader, more abstract aspects of existence. This mirrors his belief in the importance of ritual and order in achieving harmony and understanding in life. By examining the one or the two, or the simplest elements, one can unravel the patterns and principles that govern the millionfold, or the complexities of the universe. This approach advocates for a methodical and analytical observation of the present as a window to the vast continuum of time, suggesting that the macrocosm is reflected in the microcosm. Thus, to grasp the grandeur of 1,000 years or the complexity of the millionfold, one must start with the immediate and accessible, embodying Xunzi's conviction that profound understanding stems from a meticulous examination of the concrete in particular. I once tried thinking for an entire day, but I found it less valuable than one moment of study. Xunzi, a sage grounded in the belief that human nature requires cultivation through ritual, education, and self-reflection, offers a profound insight through this assertion. He champions the idea that active engagement with external knowledge sources, texts, teachings, and the wisdom of predecessors is fundamentally more enriching than solitary contemplation. This perspective underscores the value Xunzi places on the acquisition of structured knowledge and the refinement of the self through learning and the application of moral principles. He posits that while thinking is a necessary component of intellectual growth, it cannot, in isolation, provide the structured framework and depth of understanding that study offers. Study connects us to a broader intellectual tradition, grounding personal insights within a wider, more structured context of human thought and ethical inquiry. Thus, Xunzi elevates the act of study as a more efficacious path to wisdom and moral development than unguided reflection. Mencius said that human nature is good. I disagree with that. Xunzi, a philosopher with a pragmatic view on human nature, posits a contrary perspective to Mencius, arguing that human nature is inherently predisposed towards selfishness and disorder. From Xunzi's standpoint, this statement highlights the essential need for societal norms, education, and moral cultivation to shape and refine the raw impulses into a harmonious and virtuous order. He asserts that it is through the rigorous application of ritual, li, moral education, and the rule of law that humanity can transcend its base instincts, achieving a state of ethical conduct and societal harmony. In essence, Xunzi's disagreement with Mencius underscores a belief in the transformative power of culture and governance, positioning human nature not as a fixed moral compass, but as a malleable substance, sculpted by external influences and disciplined self-cultivation to manifest its highest potential. The rigid cause themselves to be broken, the pliable cause themselves to be bound. In the contemplative philosophy of Xunzi, this adage serves as a meditation on the nature of adaptability versus rigidity. Xunzi, who believed in the malleability of human nature and the importance of cultivated virtue, would interpret this saying to reflect on the consequences of one's disposition in the face of life's challenges. The rigid, those who are inflexible and unyielding, invite destruction upon themselves, for they cannot bend to the winds of change and adversity. In contrast, the pliable, those who are flexible and adaptable, may find themselves constrained or bound by circumstances, yet this very adaptability allows them to survive, endure, and ultimately thrive. Xunzi's thought underscores the wisdom of understanding and navigating the world's complexities with a balance of strength and flexibility, suggesting that true mastery of life lies in the art of bending without breaking, thereby achieving harmony with the Tao, the natural order of the universe. Quarreling over food and drink, having neither scruples nor shame, not knowing right from wrong, not trying to avoid death or injury, not fearful of greater strength or of greater numbers, greedily aware only of food and drink, such is the bravery of the dog and boar. Xunzi, a sage known for his belief in the malleable nature of human conduct and the necessity of cultivated morality, would interpret this passage as a critique of base instincts unchecked by ethical education and societal norms. This vivid depiction contrasts animalistic impulsivity with the ideals of human courage, underpinned by wisdom, moral discernment, and societal obligation. Xunzi posits that true bravery is not in the reckless abandon in pursuit of immediate gratification, but in the thoughtful consideration of one's actions, guided by virtues and ethical principles. The reference to the dog and boar symbolizes the degradation of human potential to mere survival instincts when detached from the civilizing influence of ritual, li, morality, mawai, and propriety. Thus, this passage underscores Xunzi's advocacy for the transformative power of education and moral cultivation in transcending primal desires, steering humanity towards a harmonious and orderly society. If knowledge and foresight are too penetrating and deep, unify them with ease and sincerity. In the philosophical depth of Xunzi's teachings, this axiom suggests a harmonious balance between profound insight and the simplicity of character. Xunzi, who emphasized the cultivation of moral knowledge and ethical behavior through rigorous self-discipline, acknowledges the potential burden of deep intellectual and predictive powers. He advises that such depth of understanding should be tempered with ease and sincerity, advocating for a grounding in genuine humanness and straightforwardness. This melding of depth with simplicity serves to prevent the alienation or arrogance that might accompany great wisdom or foresight. For Xunzi, true wisdom is not merely the accumulation of knowledge, but its application in a manner that is accessible, beneficial to society, and reflective of innate moral values. Thus, the integration of ease and sincerity with profound knowledge ensures that wisdom is both a personal virtue and a social good, embodying a balanced approach to intellectual and ethical development. Those whose character is mean and vicious will rouse others to animosity against them. Through the insightful lens of Xunzi, a Confucian philosopher who emphasized the malleability of human nature and the importance of nurturing through education and ritual, this statement delves deep into the fabric of moral psychology and social harmony. Xunzi posited that human nature is inherently predisposed towards desires that, if left unchecked, lead to conflict and disorder. In his view, individuals of mean and vicious character, lacking the refinement offered by proper education and moral cultivation, naturally emit discordance, inciting animosity and disruption within the social fabric. This assertion underscores the critical role of self-cultivation and adherence to societal norms and rituals to transform and elevate the human condition, promoting harmony and reducing enmity. It reflects Xunzi's belief in the transformative power of ritual and moral education to rectify human nature, guiding individuals towards a harmonious existence by aligning personal conduct with the greater good. Therefore, a person should first be changed by a teacher's instructions and guided by principles of ritual. Only then can he observe the rules of courtesy and humility, obey the conventions and rules of society, and achieve order. Xunzi, a sage grounded in the belief of human nature's malleability through education and ritual, posits that transformation begins with enlightenment under a mentor's guidance. His ideology underscores the pivotal role of teachings and the framework of rituals in sculpting the human character, steering it towards righteousness. This journey of transformation fosters adherence to societal norms and etiquette, cultivating a disposition inclined towards humility and respect. In Xunzi's view, it is through this disciplined integration of knowledge and ritual practice that one aligns with the moral order, achieving harmony within oneself and the broader community. This process is not merely about social conformity, but the elevation of one's moral being, thereby ensuring the stability and prosperity of society as a whole. Through this lens, Xunzi advocates for a cultivated existence where personal development and societal order are inextricably linked, each nurturing the other towards the greater good. Men of all social stations live together. They are equal in their desires, yet vary in their methods. They are equal in their passions, yet different in their intelligence. That is their nature-given vitality. Xunzi, a pragmatist within the Confucian tradition, highlights the intricate tapestry of human society in this statement. He acknowledges the universal nature of human desires and passions, underscoring a fundamental equality among individuals across different strata of society. However, Xunzi also emphasizes the diversity in the ways individuals pursue their desires and express their passions, attributing this variation to differences in intelligence and learned behavior. For Xunzi, this diversity is not a source of discord, but a natural expression of human vitality, essential for a harmonious and ordered society. He advocates for the importance of education and ritual in shaping and harmonizing these natural inclinations, suggesting that through proper cultivation, individuals can channel their desires and passions in constructive ways. Thus, Xunzi sees the potential for unity and order within the inherent diversity of human nature, promoting a vision of society where individuals, through guidance and self-cultivation, contribute to the collective well-being. If what the heart approves conforms to proper patterns, then even if one's desires are many, what harm would they be to good order? Xunzi, a pragmatic philosopher, believed in the potential for human nature to be shaped by ritual and moral education. This statement reflects his conviction that desires, when aligned with the Li, propriety and moral norms, can harmonize with societal good. Xunzi posits that the heart's inclinations, if disciplined through ethical standards, can coexist with a multitude of desires without disrupting social harmony or moral integrity. This perspective underscores the importance of cultivating a moral and ethical framework within which desires are not suppressed, but guided towards contributing to the common good. In essence, Xunzi advocates for a balance between personal desires and societal norms, suggesting that when desires are properly regulated and directed, they can enhance rather than detract from the collective welfare and moral order. If the blood humor is too strong and robust, calm it with balance and harmony. In the philosophical framework of Xunzi, this statement illuminates the essential pursuit of equilibrium and harmony within the human condition. Xunzi, who posited human nature as inherently inclined towards desires and disorder, advocates for the cultivation of balance and self-regulation through ritual, Li, and moral education. The blood humor metaphorically represents the vigorous, untamed passions and inclinations within individuals. To calm it with balance and harmony suggests the necessity of tempering these natural impulses through the deliberate application of reason, ethical norms, and societal rights. This process aligns with Xunzi's belief in the transformative power of ritual and moral cultivation to refine and elevate human nature, steering it towards a state of harmony with the self, society, and the cosmos. By advocating this approach, Xunzi underscores the importance of proactive self-discipline and the external structures of morality to achieve a balanced and harmonious existence. Human nature refers to what is in people but which they cannot study or work at achieving. In the reflective and nuanced thought of Xunzi, this statement delves into the complex nature of humanity, contrasting sharply with the more optimistic views of his Confucian contemporaries. Xunzi posited that human nature is inherently flawed, marked by desires and instincts that lead to conflict and disorder if left unchecked. However, this innate disposition is not an unalterable fate. Rather, it sets the stage for the transformative power of education and ritual. To Xunzi, what lies within us unbidden, our natural inclinations, is not the culmination of our potential, but the raw material. The essence of human achievement, then, is not to discover or embrace these natural tendencies, but to refine and elevate ourselves above them through deliberate cultivation. This process of self-improvement is not innate, but requires sustained effort, discipline, and guidance from the wisdom of culture and tradition. Thus, human nature refers to what is in people, but which they cannot study or work at achieving, underscores the critical role of external influences in shaping moral and ethical character, highlighting a journey of transformation that transcends our primal beginnings. There are successful scholars, public-spirited scholars, upright scholars, cautious scholars, and those who are merely petty men. Xunzi, a philosopher who emphasized the cultivation of moral virtues through ritual and propriety, offers a nuanced perspective on the diversity within human nature and intellect. This statement delineates the spectrum of scholarly pursuits and moral orientations, suggesting that success in academia or intellectual endeavors does not inherently equate to virtue or moral superiority. To Xunzi, the highest accolade is reserved for those who contribute to the public good, embody uprightness, and exercise caution in their judgments, reflecting a deep internalization of ritual and ethical principles. Conversely, the petty men are criticized for their lack of broader vision and moral depth, focusing merely on self-interest or superficial achievements. Xunzi's classification underscores his belief in the transformative power of education and ritual to cultivate a harmonious society, emphasizing that true scholarship is measured not only by knowledge, but by the contribution to moral and social order. Thus, anybody who follows this nature and gives way, it states, will be led into quarrels and conflicts, and go against the conventions and rules of society, and will end up a criminal. In the contemplative philosophy of Xunzi, this statement illuminates the belief in the inherent flaws and propensities for evil within human nature. Contrary to Mencius, who espoused the innate goodness of humanity, Xunzi argued that without the guiding structure of societal norms, rituals, laia, and moral education, the base instincts of humans would lead them towards chaos and immorality. This perspective underscores the necessity of external discipline and the cultivation of virtue through rigorous adherence to established conventions and rules. Xunzi views society's regulations not as constraints, but as essential frameworks that transform raw human impulses into harmonious, ethical conduct. Therefore, this passage reflects his conviction that only through the deliberate practice of virtue and the embrace of societal order can one avoid the descent into conflict, discord, and ultimately, criminality. This philosophy champions the transformative power of culture and education in overcoming the darker aspects of human nature, promoting a vision of humanity capable of achieving moral excellence and societal harmony. You look upon the seasons with expectation and await them. Why not seize the seasonal opportunities and exploit them? In the contemplative wisdom of Xunzi, this statement illuminates the principle of aligning human action with the natural order and rhythms of the universe. Xunzi, who believed in the potential for human beings to cultivate themselves through ritual and adherence to the way, saw the seasons as more than mere passages of time. They represent opportunities for growth, transformation, and harmony. This perspective encourages proactive engagement with the world, urging us to not merely passively observe the cycles of nature, but to actively participate in and utilize these changes. By seizing the unique opportunities each season offers, we align ourselves with the natural world, fostering a harmonious existence. This approach is reflective of Xunzi's broader ethos that through deliberate action and moral education, individuals can shape their destiny and contribute to a well-ordered society. Thus, the statement transcends its immediate context, advocating for a life lived in thoughtful harmony with the natural world and its endless cycles.